Please join me in welcoming Dr. John Foley on the stage to give us an update on the Drawdown Roadmap, a science-based strategy for accelerating climate solutions. John?
Thank you. So good morning. How's everybody doing today? Fully caffeinated? Got your bagels, your coffee, everything good? All right, excellent. Well, thank you for being here today and to hear a little bit more about what Drawdown is doing and how we can use science to better accelerate climate solutions and put them out in the world. Because right now we are very much in a race between two very different futures. One future, of course, is the one we don't want, the one we hear about every day, the one that is increasingly becoming apparent and stepping onto the world stage. A world where we don't take climate change seriously, we don't stop it in time, and we live with more and more calamity, more and more disaster, more and more disruption. We don't want this world. Instead, we want this one. We want a world where we actually stop climate change, and in the process, we end up building a better world. A world that's powered with renewable energy, sustainable agriculture, sustainable industries, and a more equitable, more just future for everyone. But to get there, we're gonna have to do a few things. But I believe we can still win this race. This race for the future is very much in contention right now, and for the first time in a long time, I think we have a real shot at this. But how do we get there? Well, the first thing we have to do, in my opinion, is we really have to cut through all the noise and the confusion we hear right now about how to stop climate change and make sure we take another step back and look at the science of what science is telling us about solutions. How do we do it? How do we pull it off? And whenever I think about saving the world or solving a big problem, I always think about Matt Damon. Don't you? I do. A whole lot of movies have been using Matt Damon to kind of figure out how to solve a big problem. Hollywood spent a lot of money saving this guy from a lot of different situations, right? Well, in the movie The Martian, you remember, his character is stranded on Mars all by himself, and he has to figure out how to survive with nothing but his wits and a little bit of science. And I love how his character talks about this. He says, you just begin, you do the math. You solve one problem, then you solve the next one, and then the next. And probably the best line in the whole movie is, there's only one option. We're gonna have to science the blank out of this, okay? Same thing with climate change. We are gonna have to science the you-know-what out of this. Well, to do this, we have to remember that climate science first identified the whole problem of climate change, but now it can help us guide us towards solutions as well. So why is this necessary? It's necessary because finally we're taking climate change seriously, but kind of everybody and their brother is telling us about their favorite climate solution, the one silver bullet they think is gonna save the world. Just go on Twitter, go on Facebook, just read the paper, and somebody's got a climate solution to sell you. And it might be one of these or a whole bunch of others, as if it's a single solution, the perfect answer to a very complex problem. But no, that's not really how it works. And that's not really what we need to do, because we can be subject to hype, we can be subject to greenwashing, and kind of forget about the substance of what really is out there. So how do we make sure we avoid hype and avoid greenwashing and get to the solutions that really work and the strategies to implement them that have the best chance of actually solving the problem? Well, this is what we need to do to avoid being distracted, falling into delay, and losing this race to the future. How do we turn that around and win? That's where climate science can help us once again. So let's think about that. What solutions actually do work? Well, at Project Drawdown and other places, of course, we've been assessing the efficacy of different climate solutions. For example, these ones in electricity, showing solutions we know work today. Things like enhancing efficiency, producing renewable energy, things like this. We can look at solutions in food, we can look at solutions in transportation, and build an entire library of climate solutions that we know are effective, that they're here today, they work, they can grow to scale, and they're affordable. So these are solutions that are based in evidence, and we should always, always, always look for a good evidence base for climate solutions to make sure that they really work well. So I like solutions that are backed by evidence, not by hype, not by greenwashing. You do too. These ones work. The other thing that's really important about climate solutions, though, is that they work economically. And so we can look at the kind of cost curves of climate solutions and figure out which ones are the most economical. Here's a way of looking at climate solutions by building a cost curve where we compare the cost of climate solutions compared to what we do today with fossil fuels, unsustainable agriculture, polluting industries, and so on. The really good news here is that about 80%, all the solutions below this line, are cheaper than the world we have today, at least in the long run. If we look at these climate solutions and ask how much will they really cost us over the next couple of decades, 80% of those solutions, all the ones below the line, are cheaper than the world we've been building so far. That's great because climate solutions are actually cheap. And cheap solutions are the best solutions because then we can do lots more of them. So I like solutions that are based in evidence and cheap as hell so we can do the things that work and do a lot of them. So let's always make sure we're looking for those. But that's just the what of climate solutions. Kind of what solutions are backed by evidence, which ones are most effective. But now, this is the real trick. We have to move from what to how. How do we implement these? In which order, in what time frames, in what places, what sectors of the economy, in what mix? And this is what I'm going to talk to you about now. But here's the trick. Here's the thing we always, always, always have to remember. The red line is the one we have to move. This is the emissions of greenhouse gases going into the atmosphere every year. Right now, that number, if you include methane and N2O and everything else, is close to 60 billion tons of CO2 equivalent greenhouse gas. And that number historically has been going up over time, just the opposite of what we needed to do. We have to bend that curve and bend it fast, as you know, and drastically cut emissions as quickly as we can, and cut them as close to zero as humanly possible by mid-century. But as we know, it's still unlikely to cut everything in every country, in every economic sector, voluntarily to zero by mid-century, even with all this effort. So that's where the green line will come in. That's carbon removal. Whether we use nature or we use technology, we're hoping to grow carbon removal from essentially zero right now, very, very small numbers, to something that's in the gigaton range by mid-century. That's going to be a huge effort and take a lot of work. But by that point, hopefully we can get to gigaton range and then reach net zero, mostly by cutting emissions and then by growing carbon removal to a scale that really can help. But the real issue here that we often forget is that climate change is a cumulative problem. The temperatures we experience on Earth today aren't from this year's emissions. They're from the emissions of the last century, building up, changing the atmosphere. The work that this has done over decades to warm the atmosphere is just showing up now. There's a long delay in the system because it accumulates impact. That's also true for climate solutions. We always, always, always have to remember that climate solutions are cumulative too, and they depend on time. So if we cut emissions in the next decade, it's going to prevent this much CO2 from going into the atmosphere, that blue area. So early emissions cuts taken now over the next decade can keep that blue area from ever going in the atmosphere, and that's fantastic. But if we cut emissions this decade, it pays off into the future as well, the next decade and the decade after that, accumulating into a very large total impact. Well, we can cut emissions again in the 2040s and again towards 2050s or so, and keep cutting. But the longer we wait, the less impact those emissions cuts will have. And that's just the laws of mathematics. So the longer we wait, the less impact climate solutions have. Carbon removal is going to face a bit of an uphill battle because it starts at a very small number, and it's going to take a while to accumulate and build up to a total solution that looks something like this. The key here is climate solutions are the area under the curve, not the curve itself. That's why time is so, so, so important. Overall, though, what it tells us is when we do the math correctly and we do the area under the curve or the integral, it turns out that cutting emissions is about 96% of the answer of stopping climate change. And a huge part of that, over 76%, is from cutting emissions in the first decade. So climate solutions basically are about cutting emissions and mostly cutting them now. That's what is going to have to do most of the work. Carbon removal is going to be very important too, but its total impact overall is relatively small, about 4%, but we're going to be really, really glad we have it in the 2040s and 50s. So doing all that math together, what we find is we have something kind of like the time value of carbon. You know, we've always heard that expression about the time value of money, right? If you want to save for retirement, you don't wait until you're 64 and then save a lot in 1 year. You start early and accumulate money over time. The same thing's true with carbon. We do actions this year and next year and keep on accumulating that impact over time because it's the cumulative impact that matters more than anything else. So with that in mind, we have to make sure that we really think about climate solutions with respect to time. One of the things we have to do a lot more of, I think, is apply what we call emergency brake solutions. Solutions that kick into the atmosphere right now. Things like stopping deforestation, plugging methane leaks, energy efficiency improvements in today's infrastructure, cutting food waste in today's food system. Things that don't have any delays at all, that you do them this year and they affect the atmosphere this year. We need a lot more of these so they can accumulate impact. They pay the biggest dividends because it's like the first dollar you save. Of course, we also need new infrastructure, new energy infrastructure, transportation, food systems, industries, and so on. But infrastructure takes time. It takes time to plan, permit, and build out all this new infrastructure. So we start that today, but knowing that it's going to take a few years, maybe decades in some cases, to build out the infrastructure that we need for the next kind of economy. We also need to invest in nature-based solutions. That's like planting more trees, building up soils, restoring ecosystems. But trees and soils and wetlands take decades to accumulate carbon. So you start those today too, knowing that they're only going to affect the atmosphere into the future. And of course, we always will need new technologies. But new technologies we're innovating today, most of them will fail. And they're supposed to. That's good. That's what we're supposed to happen. But some will be successful. But some will take years, sometimes decades, to get to scale that matters at the gigaton scale. So we invest in those like crazy today too. The trick here is to make sure we have a good balance between emergency brake solutions that bend the curve now, buying time for infrastructure, for nature and technology, because we need all of these to get the job done. But right now I fear we're not doing nearly enough, not nearly enough of the emergency brake solutions to make the math actually work. So let's make sure we're balancing these solutions and really deploying the ones that are ready to go, as well as investing in the ones that will come in later. We need all of them, but these ready to go emergency brake solutions are seriously underinvested in right now. Another thing we can do is geographically focus our investments to make sure they have the biggest impact and be very, very strategic about this. Because using big data and other kinds of things, we can pinpoint where to apply climate solutions to get the maximum impact. This is a data set of every power plant in the world showing how much CO2 it emits for the same unit of energy it produces onto the grid. The red ones are the dirtiest, the green ones are the cleanest. So, and about 70% of the power emissions come from 30% of the power plants in the United States, for example. So you want to take out the red power plants first, replacing those with renewable energy, leave the green ones for last, obviously. So that's a really, really good idea. Or today we can use satellites to detect methane leaks from outer space, pinpointing areas where strategic interventions are really, really important. For example, this big leak right there. Let's go there. We know exactly where it is. Let's bring some people and bring some wrenches. We're done. We can solve that. So let's go pinpoint these low-hanging fruits to get these big maximum impacts and make sure we're geographically targeting our efforts to the most important places on Earth. We also have to make sure that we embrace learning curves in our climate solutions. A learning curve is the idea that the more you do something, you should get better at it. And so the more you build a climate solution, it should get better, cheaper, and faster than ever before. But what we see over time, and again and again and again, is that kind of big, centralized, multi-billion-dollar lumpy projects, we call them, tend to be slow. Building like a new nuclear power plant, or a really large centralized carbon capture facility, or a high-speed rail kind of project, or something like that. Things, when they get into billions of dollars, tend to get over budget, over time, delayed, and we don't learn very much because we're doing one at a time, or just a couple at a time. Compare that to very small, modular, very granular kind of climate solutions, where we do them by the millions, like building PVs or LED lights or batteries. Things are falling in cost faster than Moore's law ever imagined. So we need to make sure that climate solutions kind of err towards the more granular, because the more we do these things, the more we learn, the faster it gets, the cheaper it gets, the better it gets. Let's learn from the tech industry about how to do things at scale quickly and make sure we have more granular solutions that have better learning curves than lumpy solutions. We should also make sure climate solutions improve human well-being, because we're not just trying to solve for climate change, we're trying to build a better world. One of the best things about climate change is that it helps, when we solve climate change, we solve a lot of other problems at the same time if we do it right. One of the things that's really extraordinary, though, that we have to keep in mind is that fossil fuels, the principal cause of climate change, are also one of the most lethal substances in the world. Just think about this. The air pollution right now from fossil fuels, the particulate matter and smog caused by burning fossil fuels, shortens the lives of about 8 to 9 million people a year. This is the most recent Harvard estimate, shows 8 to 9 million people a year die prematurely from the air quality problems linked to fossil fuels on this planet right now, here today. That's more from tobacco, guns, and warfare combined. So if we clean up fossil fuels for climate change, we also stop 8 to 9 million people a year from dying prematurely due to air quality problems. So that's a huge win-win right now. We also can identify other places where climate solutions on the left, for example, help promote human benefits on the right, especially in some of the most vulnerable places on Earth, where equity and justice issues are still a huge, huge problem. So how do we tackle climate change and improve human well-being at the same time? There are abundant solutions where we can make sure that they're beneficial to humankind. Finally, we have to make sure that what science tells us is we can't do just one thing to stop climate change. We're going to have to do many dozens, if not hundreds, of different solutions at the same time. In other words, we have to build a portfolio of climate solutions. We'll have to invest in lots of little things all at the same time. Well, how do we build the best portfolio? Well, maybe we should align it using science with the actual carbon in the atmosphere, making sure the capital we invest is aligned basically with the problems of carbon in the atmosphere. Well, how do we do that? Well, I already showed you. The science tells us what the math is pretty much. We know we have to cut emissions directly, and we need to cut them in these 6 big sectors: electricity, food, industry, transportation, buildings, and energy processing. We also know that we can double-click on this and find all sorts of subsectors and show you exactly where those emissions are coming from. We can pinpoint them onto a map if you want and show you very accurately where all these things are happening. We also know that we can cut emissions indirectly by investing in people. For example, investing in indigenous communities around the world helps them protect their land and helps people. But that also lowers deforestation rates, which then lowers emissions later on. So investing in people indirectly affects emissions as well. And of course, carbon removal will be necessary to close the final gap to get to net zero. So this is a kind of science-based portfolio of what we need to do. What's astonishing, though, is when the science tells us what we need to do looks like this, we can compare it to what we're actually doing with different forms of capital and see where the interesting alignments or misalignments might be. For example, here's an estimate of where philanthropic dollars have been going to tackle climate change. Basically in the right categories, but maybe a little more alignment here could be helpful. For example, maybe a little more money in industry or in buildings or in energy processing, things like this could be helpful down the road. That would be really good. Venture capital, which has a very different goal. Venture capital is looking to have an exit, to make money, to invest in technologies where we can make a big difference today. So understandably, a lot of it is going into solutions that work right now, where a technology play like electric vehicles, scooters, charging stations, and so on are going to make a big difference. So in this year, it makes a lot of sense that a lot of money went into electric mobility. But maybe in the future, it's going to move to something else as new ideas and new technologies move along. This is a very fluid landscape, and it changes all the time. But overall, let's make sure these different forms of capital are addressing the problems at hand. And then the Biden administration is looking at what it can do with government funding. This might look weird too, but it actually makes a lot of sense too. What we see here is a lot of money going into electricity. In the long run, we'll need to balance this out with other things. But right now, investing in electricity helps unlock the solutions venture capital is investing in. Electric vehicles with a clean grid, clean cars, we got a good combination. Or in buildings with heat pumps, or in industry, and so on. So there never at any one time is going to be a perfect alignment between capital and carbon. It's always going to be fluid. Recognizing different forms of capital will seek out different parts of the capital stack and apply to climate solutions very, very differently. But all together, they should be guided by what the atmosphere needs and make sure we cover all these bases over time and over different forms of capital. And that's one of the things we need to do much more carefully to make sure that our resources and effort and time are aligned with the science and what we actually need to do to get the job done. So if we look at these kind of different ways science can help inform climate action, I would argue there are kind of 7 key pillars for climate action. We need to make sure that solutions are truly based in evidence, rigorous, third-party, peer-reviewed evidence, not just a hype deck or something that somebody told you on Twitter, but something that actually really works. We want to make sure climate solutions are affordable, ideally cheap, so we can do lots and lots of them, and they can compete in the marketplace with fossil fuels and other things, and win. We need climate solutions that are ready to go right now, so we can buy time for the ones that still take time to develop. We also want to make sure the geographic targeting of climate solutions to put them in the most effective places, hopefully that are granular solutions that have very, very quick learning curves, things that are also beneficial to human well-being and equity and justice, and of course that we align our forms of resources, time and capital and everything else with the carbon in the atmosphere as the ultimate target of what the planet needs us to do. By following these 7 principles as a kind of roadmap, we can make sure that we're taking the most effective actions to stop climate change. Because, it's still a race, very much a race. We still have, though, I would argue, a very, very narrow window of opportunity to still meet the Paris Accords. 1.5 degrees is increasingly looking very dire and difficult, but maybe between 1.5 and 2 degrees. That window is still open, and we have an opportunity to still land there. We can still pull it off, but only if we follow the science, and only if we make every single move and every single dollar matter like never before. We have to stick the landing every single time from now on to have a chance to get through this window. But I think we can do that, and I think with all your help, we can. So to help move us forward, what else is needed? Well, we need to make sure we accelerate our collaboration and work together as well. One of the things I'm really excited to help announce this week is at Project Drawdown, we're launching something called the new Drawdown Labs Capital Accelerator. This is a new program they'll be launching over the next 2 months with these key partners helping us start off and a few others coming down the road. And what it's going to be doing is help philanthropists and investors find the best climate solutions and the best climate strategies by working together. How do we make sure that we have the most strategic alignment between our investing and philanthropy and the science we need to get perfect strategic alignment to make sure we stick the landing every single time? So how do we make sure we get science-based solutions and strategies that have the greatest amount of benefit in the shortest amount of time in the most efficient way possible? If you're interested in learning more about this, I'd encourage you to go to drawdown.org/capital-accelerator, and you can learn more about that and also sign up for kind of an email kind of thing where we can contact you and continue to update you as we roll this out over the next 2 months. It'll go live in November. So a couple final thoughts as we wrap up here today. This is an incredible moment still in human history. Despite the problems of climate change and other issues that are facing us, we still have the opportunity to build an incredible world just within reach of us today. A world that is sustainable and prosperous and equitable and verdant, a world that we couldn't even imagine generations ago. We're the first people in human history to at least have the possibility of reaching a world that is absolutely amazing. And I still think we can get there, but we're gonna have to work very, very hard to do that. But to do this, we must be incredibly bold. We must learn to see the world not as game over, but game on. This moment in particular may be the most important moment in human history for us to step up, be bold, collaborate, and make sure we're guided by the best possible science to get the job done. And I like to say this too, quoting Robert Wilson, the future is still up for grabs, and it belongs to the people who will seize it. So let's make sure that includes all of us in this room, and we work together and solve this problem and make a better world in the process. So thank you for your time this morning, and I look forward to having a really great day with you all later today. Thank you very, very much. Thank you.
I'm Gail Schuler, as they mentioned, Senior Vice President and Chief Sustainability Officer at 3M. 3M is a material science company that has been around for over 120 years. You may be familiar with us through products like Post-it notes or Scotch-Brite scouring solutions. But in reality, our business touches all types of industries. And our materials and products are embedded in the places that we all live, work, the vehicles we drive, the infrastructure that powers our cities, and the electronic devices that we carry around with us, and more. Our portfolio actually includes over 60,000 products. We create materials that the world needs, and we have a team of over 10,000 scientists around the world and research labs with a robust innovation pipeline. We have actually over 130,000 patents to our name. So science is in our DNA. It's what we do every day. And in fact, I'm a material scientist myself. We believe in the power of science to improve lives, drive progress, and to powerfully, positively shape our world. So the prompter has to move one more slide here. But it's a pleasure to join you. As a science-based company, we clearly believe in the science of climate change, and we apply those same science-based principles to climate action. From our own operational commitments that we support with math and a path, including those projects of how we need to get there, to our product development that helps our customers do the same. In fact, we've reduced our own greenhouse gas emissions over 78% on an absolute basis since 2002, and including over 38% since 2019. We clearly have a lot more to do, but we are making progress. We are following that math. We are following the science. So we know that the world overall needs climate innovation, and our strategy is to help deliver the next generation of materials to help decarbonize the world. So, for example, we're helping to modernize the electric grid with renewable power generation technologies to connect larger power grids and ease strained systems to ensure more consistent reliability. We're supporting the transition to electrify transportation by incorporating products in electric vehicles to help improve the thermal management, the battery efficiency, the safety, the acoustic solutions, heads-up displays, and more. And we're making buildings more energy efficient through innovations such as cool roofing granules, smog-reducing granules, window films, solutions that decarbonize the concrete industry. And tackling those hard-to-abate emissions is an exciting challenge for us. That's why we're working on alternative fuel technologies like green hydrogen, relying on advanced filtration technologies and expertise that we use today in products like Filtrete filters and N95 respirators. These things evolve and they extend and they continue to reinvent 3M as we have in the past. It's this foundational expertise and our drive to look forward that has led us to partner with Svante on the direct air capture program that you're going to hear about to remove carbon from the environment. We see this as one of many solutions, as John Foley mentioned before us, that can help advance the world to drive towards that carbon solution with a 1.5 degree C limit that we're all driving towards. We're very excited about the opportunities in this dynamic space and the focus of today's presentation. You'll hear from my colleague, Corey Sauer, our global carbon capture lead at 3M. Yes, he has that title. And you'll hear from Claude Letourneau, President and CEO of Svante. They're a leading carbon capture company and a carbon removal solutions provider. So our work with Svante is an example of the power of people and ideas coming together to do some profound things and tackle some of the world's biggest challenges. Because to implement climate challenges like this, climate innovations are required. It will require collaboration. In fact, science, collaboration, and urgency are the key words that I think about during Climate Week. Collaboration amongst companies across different value chains and working with governments and NGOs and others in a variety of spaces are the ways that we need to find to tackle our carbon emissions and climate challenges. Given that our materials are integral and embedded in so many things today, we know that it takes collaboration. We know that this innovation can happen best when we're working with others, not only performance-wise, but that can help be successful in commercial solutions as well. So it's this collaboration that we can use to scale climate innovations and achieve the impacts that we need to limit our temperature increase to 1.5 degrees C by 2050. Many of these solutions are available today, including what Corey and Claude are going to talk about, and they're ready to be scaled up and deployed. It really is, I believe, an exciting time for climate innovation. I hope you join us on this journey, and I judge that you are by joining us today in this meeting. And with that, I would like to introduce Corey and Claude to the stage. Thank you so much.
Thank you. I feel like a rock star in this big room.
Well, good morning, everybody. So like Gail mentioned, my name is Corey Sauer. I am the Global Carbon Capture Lead at 3M.
I'm Claude Lejourneau, president of Svante, a Vancouver-based company, and we are a purpose-driven company focusing on carbon capture and removal solution, ready to go, and at modular and granular, like Jonathan was mentioning. So happy to be here.
Likewise. But before we get into carbon capture, I think first it's important to start with the idea that 3M's mission is science applied to life. And that sounds like a noble endeavor, but I think it's something everybody in the audience can appreciate. We are all here today at the Nest and here at Climate Week because we want to find ways to apply science to what is life's greatest challenge, climate change. We're all interested in these climate solutions that John Foley was talking about. And he gave an incredible keynote that talked about all of the climate solutions that we already have. Climate solutions that are at scale today that if we just deploy them, we can bend the curve and set ourselves on a path toward net zero. Solutions that will mitigate emissions or restore carbon sinks from almost every aspect of our lives. The way we get our energy, the way we travel, grow our food, make our products, build our cities. But the climate solutions that we have at scale today are not the only climate solutions that we need. And John Foley talked about this too. At the same time that we deploy everything we can, we have to continue investing in the next generation of climate solutions, finding ways to make that technology more feasible, more scalable, more economical, so that in the coming years and the coming decades, we can deploy them along with everything else that we have. And I think chiefly among them, we have to envision a future that involves carbon management, which is core to Svante's business.
So I think what you saw earlier is that we emit about 40 gigaton of CO2 from mankind activities. And nature basically is able to cope with half of it through natural filters like trees and ocean. But we have an imbalance that accumulates in the atmosphere every year of about 20 gigaton. So as a minimum, we need to get to 20 gigaton, and ideally, carbon capture or carbon and removal is about 10 in the capture side, which is avoiding the CO2 going out in the atmosphere, primarily from industrial emission. And then the net zero is the removal of the CO2 that's already in the atmosphere. So the example I can give you, if you walk into your bathroom and you see your bathtub overflowing, what do you do? First thing you do is you turn down the tap, make sure water doesn't go in anymore, yes? So that's what carbon capture is. And then you pull the plug, you roll up your sleeve and you pull the plug and you get the water out of the bath. That's what carbon removal is. And if you don't do this, you have to swap the bath floor, and then that's what the climate impact is if we don't do this thing. And that's going to be more costly to clean up the mess than it is about removing or capturing the CO2 in the first place. The cost of doing all of this, including renewable electric vehicle, hydrogen, and carbon management as a pillar, has been estimated to be about, in physical investment and infrastructure, $120 trillion. Carbon management is about $2 trillion for 20% of the emission. This is the more bang for your buck. So Jonathan was talking about putting the brakes. This is one of the solutions. It is not the solution. It is one of the solutions that we need to implement readily, and we're ready to go in that industry today.
Yeah, and that idea of there being no silver bullet. We're here to talk about direct air capture as a climate solution, not as the climate solution, but it is a pivotal solution in the future for net zero. And when we talk about direct air capture, rather than calling it science applied to life, instead you can think of it as science fiction applied to life. And we don't say science fiction applied to life because we don't understand the science. We do. We understand the science of capturing molecules of CO2, even at low concentrations like 400 parts per million. But you can think of it as science fiction applied to life because as far as I can tell, the very first reference for direct air capture was written in the year 1870 in the science fiction book 20,000 Leagues Under the Sea by Jules Verne. Now, if you're unfamiliar with the novel, the premise is that the characters are cruising around the world in a submarine. And at one point, the sub gets trapped under the ice at the South Pole. The main character exclaims, "If only we had the chemical methods that would enable us to drive out this noxious CO2." Now, at this point in the book, he's obviously referring to the asphyxiation potential of CO2 on a submarine. He's not referring to the global warming implications. But I think the timing of the book in 1870 was really prescient. Because only 15 years earlier, Eunice Foote, the American female scientist, was the first to discover that CO2 is a greenhouse gas. And then 20 years after the book was published, Svante Arrhenius was the first to propose that if we keep burning fossil fuels and emitting CO2 into the atmosphere, we might warm the entire planet.
Now you know why we're called Svante. Arrhenius was not a good name to pick.
A little bit of namesake, yeah. But the other thing to take away from that is that 130 years later, we know now that Svante Arrhenius was right, that the CO2 we've emitted into the atmosphere has warmed the entire planet. But we know not only that, but the IPCC has given us incredible models that detail how many molecules of CO2 warm the planet by how many degrees. And further still, the IPCC gives us mitigation scenarios, ways that we can reduce our CO2 emissions over time to keep global warming below 2 degrees or below 1.5 degrees Celsius. So you're looking at those mitigation scenarios right now, 1.5 on the left and 2 degrees on the right. And the purple line in the middle is CO2 emissions. So the important thing to take away is that in all these scenarios, you can see that we reach net zero CO2 by mid to late century. But then if you look at that line, it goes below zero, that we need to become net negative CO2 emissions, that we have to pull more CO2 out of the atmosphere than we emit up into it every single year. That's the idea of carbon dioxide removal. And Claude kind of alluded to this before, but there are lots of ways to do carbon dioxide removal. Direct air capture is not the silver bullet. We should afforest and reforest every acre of land available to us. We should perfect things like soil sequestration in our agriculture practices. We should pursue things like bioenergy with carbon capture and storage. But even after we've done all of those things, and we've used every acre of land available to us, the IPCC predicts that we might need to pull 1 gigaton per year using direct air capture machines. 1,000 million tons of CO2 with direct air capture.
Oh, by the way, 20 gigaton is 20,000 plants of 1 million ton. So, you know, when we build 1 million ton reference direct air capture, there's 20,000 that needs to be developed and deployed over the next 30 years. Daunting.
And it's daunting. But like I said, we understand the science. We know how to capture CO2 even from the atmosphere. We've known since 1870. You don't have to go any further than a few paragraphs later in 20,000 Leagues Under the Sea. Jules Verne tells us exactly how to do it. He says all you have to do is shake containers filled with potassium hydroxide. But unfortunately for them, that substance was missing on board and nothing else could replace it. So now at this point, Jules Verne is bordering on downright prophetic, because how could he have possibly predicted that 150 years later, one of the leading technologies for direct air capture is a process called chemical looping, pioneered by carbon engineering in Canada. They use a potassium hydroxide solution to pull CO2 out of the air in the form of a carbonate. But where Jules Verne was wrong was that this is the only way to capture CO2. Jules Verne didn't know that we were going to invent things called nanomaterials, that we would invent solid sorbents that have the selective capacity to filter CO2 from a mixed gas stream. And that's the scope of our relationship with Svante, between 3M and Svante. Solid sorbent-based direct air capture solutions.
So what is it? It's nano powder. You know, you take it in the palm of my hand, it's like a little fine powder like flour, but we engineer this material to look like this. It's like a cube with little pores inside, and when you pass a gas of CO2 and nitrogen, either from the air or from a point source, the CO2 sticks inside the pores, and then when you heat up the material, then the CO2 is being released. So you're using this as a way to catch and release and concentrate the CO2 from a very low concentration, let's say from the air 0.04 to a 95% pure CO2, then you can then manage more economically to do something with it or to store the CO2. So typically the industry have been using solid sorbent for many years, but they've been using traditional vessels that we call cylindrical pack beds, and you have 3 of them because you have a cycle of adsorbing, which is catching the CO2 into the pores of that material. Then you need to desorb, which is releasing the CO2. That's the second vessel doing it while the first one is being filled. And then you need to cool because you need a temperature swing to be able to do that process. So the inventory of sorbent that's required to do this is quite big because you have 3 vessels working in sequence to do the process. So what we've done at Svante is we've invented a nanomaterial that quickly can catch and release that CO2 and flip it and be able to do this thing in seconds instead of hours. And we're doing it like it's like having a sheet of paper on which we can stick basically CO2. And then we'll go through the process of how we do these things with 3M, and you'll see that what we do is we take the beads and we put it in a very fine powder, and then we coat it on a sheet, and then that sheet is then stacked to create a filter.
And Gail kind of talked about this, but I think it's really important to think about 3M products. We are really good at putting things into a roll. Whether it's Scotch tape or sponges or graphics or films, we do a lot of things in rolled goods. We also have a lot of expertise in filtration technologies. So the idea that you can take these solid sorbents and put them into a rolled good is a really core competency of 3M and allows us to work with Svante, who can take that material and do something more with it.
So by stacking all these sheets, once we've coated on a sheet of paper, then we can stack these little sheets and create a spacer so we can minimize the pressure drop when you push the air or you push the flue gas through the filter, and then you package them into a box that's modular, and that becomes a filter modules, and then these filter modules are then put into a complete filter bed that you can use to do the filtering. So CO2 flue gas goes right through the filters and sticks inside the paper filter, and then you release it by heating up the system.
And so I think this is an important point too, because a lot of people think of filtration, you think of like a Filtrete filter, your at-home furnace filter, where the gas is flowing through some filtration media. In this scheme here, you're flowing along it. So you're flowing in between the gaps, between the sheets that Claude and Svante are putting together. So it gives you more energy optimization because you have a lower pressure drop through the system. And then like he said too, it's a sponge. So it's not a filter in the sense that you would use it until it's saturated and discard it. It's something that can be reused over and over in that temperature swing process.
I think Jonathan earlier was talking about granular, modular approach, something you can do and have a good learning curve as you make more of these. It's very similar to the way you do lithium batteries. It's coating, multiple sheet, thin film technology, solid state, and that's the knowledge that we're leveraging to do this thing.
And it becomes modular when it goes to the process, right?
Yeah, so if you put many of these filter modules into a container in which you have a fan, and the fan blows it, basically the air through it, you can catch the CO2 out of it. In the case of air capture, it takes maybe in order of maybe less than 45 minutes and 50 minutes to do the cycle, when in the point source, we do this thing in less than 60 seconds because we have higher concentration material. But when you stack many of these filters into a container, you have a cycle of catch and release and cooling happening within this thing. So you have hundreds of these sea container equivalent that does the filtering and regeneration of that filter continuously. So the overall process is that you go from a nanomaterial, we put it on a sheet, we cut and stack, we put them into a box, and that becomes the contactor to do the catch and release. Very modular approach for manufacturing.
And this is the spirit of collaboration, too. If you look at the breadth or complexity of this value chain that we're showing, from the sorbents to the roll, the sheets, the stacks, the process, the plant, that is too much for any single company to manage. Everybody has expertise in those different areas. So part of the reason that we are collaborating with Svante is to build out the expertise of that value chain and help scale this entire industry.
So once you've done this, you need to do something with the pure CO2. So people are looking at doing it in multiple use of CO2, converting it to synthetic aviation fuel and the like. But the one that will give you a permanent lock of that CO2 and putting it back where it came from is basically storage. And storage is a mechanism in which you go deep, about 3 kilometers underneath the surface, and you lock the CO2 into a saline reservoir. It's like making fuzzy water, and over time the salt reacts and create a solid. So that's the way to lock permanently. Right now, around the world, there's multiple CO2 hubs being developed for storage, permanent storage of CO2, and we're quite fortunate here that in North America, we have plenty of safe storage capacity. This technology has been known for about 50 years, operating quite safely in industries.
And this is an important point too, when you look at the overall suite of carbon dioxide removal solutions, is the idea of permanence. When you consider things like nature-based solutions, there's always a likelihood in the next 50 or 100 years those carbon sinks that you've built go away. And we were talking last night about how much wildfire is currently going on in Canada and what the CO2 emissions are of these natural carbon sinks. When you have a scheme like this that allows you for geological long-term sequestration, that CO2 becomes permanently locked away. And as Claude alluded to, ultimately allows you also to pursue future pathways where that CO2 can be utilized in other industries that need to decarbonize but have a hard time without a circular CO2 economy.
So I'll use the reference of a 1 million ton plant. Remember, we need to do 10,000, 20,000 of these million per ton per year of CO2 plants. So I think we're going to make a fun exercise of saying how many Post-it does it take basically to make the surface equivalent?
Right. So if you think about 1 million tons of CO2. So I think, first off, it makes sense to use 1 million tons because the US Department of Energy right now has a direct air capture hubs program. So by the early 2030s, they want to build 4 direct air capture hubs, each of which can capture 1 million tons of CO2. So we're using 1 million tons as our unit of measurement. But imagine, I happen to have one on me. Imagine you have a Post-it note size piece of sorbent on a roll. This sorbent on a roll, the size of a Post-it note, pretend that 3M manufactured this using one of our most advanced manufacturing processes. Inside of it, we packed a sorbent with the highest capacity to pick up CO2. Svante converts it into one of their most sophisticated filter packs, and then it gets deployed into one of the world's most efficient direct air capture processes. In a year, this size piece of material could pick up a few hundred grams of CO2, hundreds of grams. So if you want to get to 1 million tons of CO2, you would need more than 1 billion Post-it note size pieces of sorbent on a roll. You'd have to go around the world 2 to 3 times with the material. And that seems like a lot until you remember that 3M makes enough Post-it notes annually to go around the world 109 times.
So if we do 10 gigaton, it means I need to do like 30 times what you do.
Exactly. So if you have to get to a gigaton, 1,000 million tons, now you have to do that 30 times over. But Gail mentioned it too. Post-it is one of 60,000 products that 3M makes. We can make a lot of materials in roll-to-roll processes at that scale.
So it's big but feasible.
It's big, but it's feasible. But it isn't just about how much you make, it's about how quickly you can scale it up. And this is what Jonathan talked about as well. The time value is really important. So consider today, on the planet, through direct air capture facilities, we capture 5,000, 10,000 tons of CO2 per year. 5,000 tons per year. So in 40 gigatons of CO2, that's inconsequential. That's a rounding error. But the DOE has that goal that we're capturing millions of tons by the early 2030s. That means that from where we are today, we have to double capacity every year for the next decade. And that's challenging. Doubling any industry every year is not an easy thing to do, but you can do it. So in November, or the end of the year in 2019, 3M learned about a novel coronavirus that was spreading around China. January of 2020, 3M ramped production of disposable respirators. We knew that was going to be a critical science-based solution to one of life's pressing challenges, helping to mitigate COVID-19. And by the end of the year, we doubled production, more than doubled. We were making 95 million per month by the end of the year. But it wasn't easy. It took countless hours of work by countless employees. We built new manufacturing lines. We had to make sure our quality control could keep up with double the throughput. We managed new supply chains to get raw materials in to make the product and then to get the product where it needed to go. Doubling within a year is really hard to do, but it's something that's possible, and that industry's proven we can do. But we've also said that this is still just 1 million tons. 1 million tons of CO2. If we have to get to 1,000 million tons, IPCC predicting that we might need to capture 1 gigaton by the middle of the year, that's a huge scale. So the first thing, obviously, is to innovate on the materials, right? If this material got better, if it could capture more CO2, if it could last longer in the application or enable lower energy consumption, that is one of the levers that will help you scale the industry. But that alone is not going to do it. The materials and the process for capturing CO2 are not the only things you need. Ultimately, it relies on the public acceptance. And there's a number of policy levers that have to go along with that, ones you're very familiar with.
So I think in the United States, what we're seeing with the IRA, so there's a 45Q tax credit where the US government will give you $85 per ton if you capture and store CO2 from industrial emission, and they'll give you $180 per ton if you do it from a direct or CDR, direct air capture. So these policies, I see them as being just the enabler to demonstrate, to de-risk the infrastructure or the supply chain to be able to do these things at the scale we've been talking about. So this is, to me, a solution that will have a short life of demonstrating and de-risking the industry. But we need to get into a more sustainable policy that will allow us to basically find a way to absorb the costs of doing these things. Air capture today is in the $600 per ton. Point source is in about $100 per ton. We need to find ways of reducing the cost of these things, but there's still going to be a price the society will have to pay for. And then we just need to find a way of developing the infrastructure and the ecosystem to do these things. So this is where public-private partnership is happening today to de-risk the industry and make sure that we have people who can make stuff, people who can make capture plants and build them up, people who can build up pipeline infrastructure when you need so. Direct air capture doesn't need it, so that's a good thing and not having to build, but we need storage capacity to put it all in place, and then the business model that allows people to do these things economically. So that's what public partnership is required, and without the public and private finance, we won't be able to deploy $2 trillion worth, and that's just the tip of the iceberg. We need to do this with renewables, with electric vehicle infrastructure, with hydrogen infrastructure, all of it, $120 trillion. Remember, we did an experiment during COVID. We stopped the economy for 2 months for $10 trillion. So we knew what 10 trillion looks like. It's 2 months of sitting at home waiting for COVID to pass. But we could have taken 10 trillion and fixed the problem of carbon management for life. So when people say it's too expensive, I don't think so. The consequences of not doing it's too expensive.
And ultimately, when you look at all of these things, there's lots of levers, and especially on the finance side of things, news in the last few weeks about major investments by net zero committed tech companies into the direct air capture space. There is a lot of that at a tactical level. But ultimately, this is still a public project. Every direct air capture facility that ever gets built, the 1,000 of them at 1 million tons, are going to wind up inside a community. These are community infrastructure projects. And a huge part of any climate solution, but specifically of direct air capture, is that that industry gets scaled different from the way we've operated before. So the last 130 years since Svante Arrhenius' prediction is not just a story of CO2 and temperature. It's a story of social change. The next 130 years is going to be a continued story of social change. So when you build 1,000 community-based plants, it's incredibly important that the communities have a voice, that they get to decide where and to what extent direct air capture gets deployed in their community, that they get to reap the economic or environmental benefits that direct air capture and a carbon market are bringing into their community, and that the entire time DAC providers, owners, and operators are working closely with the community grassroots organizations, making sure that they are brought along every step of the way. Because this industry can't grow by acquiescence. It has to grow by empowerment of individual communities that they want to help deploy climate solutions. And I think, so that idea of empowerment, I think is an incredible motivator. So I'll give an example from 3M. We have what's called 15% time culture. It's a somewhat unconventional idea, but it means that every 3M employee can spend 15% of his or her time pursuing whatever passion project they want. And again, it sounds unconventional, it sounds a little chaotic, but it's how.
Please join me in welcoming Dr. John Foley on the stage.
We're here today at
And now, Climate.
Good morning, and welcome to Decarbonization, the Fast Track.
Please join me.
Clean grid, clean car.
And I'm setting up to do the
We use, right? Making the first square meter of something is relatively hard, but once you've figured that out in a roll-to-roll process, scaling that up to thousands of kilometers is I don't want to say easy, but it's a relatively straightforward scaling process. So one of the values of roll-to-roll manufacturing as a component to an otherwise modular system is the speed to scale. How quickly you can go from that first square meter to tens of millions of square meters of material that the industry is going to need. One other question that's come up a few times as an FAQ has to do with the durability of the filter pack. We kind of alluded to it, but how long the material lasts in the application before it has to be replaced. And especially in the field of direct air capture, that is a really important characteristic because it impacts the overall net negativity of the system. So if you consider, we'll go back to the sponge analogy. If you have a boat or your bathtub filling up with water and you have a sponge and you fill it up with water one time and then throw it away and then get a new sponge and fill it up one time and throw it away, that's an inefficient system. You're probably water positive because it took you some water to make the sponge. The same thing is true with sorbents and sorbent on a roll. If you use it one time, saturate it and throw it away, the CO2 footprint of making that usually doesn't account for the CO2 that you've pulled from the atmosphere. So the number of times that it can cycle through to capture CO2 is hugely beneficial for the overall net carbon. And do you know, there was a question about how long, how many years or cycles you want to go through.
In the case of point source, where because we've designed a material that we call a MOF, mechanical organic framework, it has a lifetime of about 3 to 5 years. And in the case of direct air capture, we still have to work to get to that level, but we're somewhere on our way to do the 3 to 5 year lifetime. But you could expect this thing happening as well in direct air capture.
And it's important to note, too, this is a carbon negative system. So it's been proven that solid sorbent-based direct air capture is net negative. The CO2 footprint is not the same as the CO2 pulled from the atmosphere. It's already today, in the earliest phases, net negative, and it will only get better. We have another question on that same line that I think is important. It's come in a few times about geographic distribution of direct air capture, whether you put it in places with higher CO2 concentrations, for example. Roughly speaking, the CO2 concentration atmospherically is the same around the world. It doesn't matter really where you are in a city, in the country, country to country out in the ocean. What matters most is that idea of net negativity. So Claude alluded to a temperature swing process. These need energy, whether it's running the fans, running the temperature swing, the heaters. The CO2 footprint of your energy source is incredibly important. And it speaks to Jonathan Foley's idea that we have to do all these things together. We need to decarbonize the energy as much as we can. And today, you need to deploy these carbon filtration systems in places where the energy footprint is already fairly low, because that's what makes it overall net negative, or overall reduces the emissions from point source. While I scroll, do you have an FAQ, a favorite one that you want to hit? So where does the CO2 go, right? So I don't know, do you want to talk a little more about geological sequestration and what the potential is there?
Yeah, I think I don't have the exact number here in the United States, but I think we have all the capacity for hundreds of years of storage of CO2 in the United States. It takes time to permit these things because it has to be done by professional. This is not something somebody around your neighbor decides to go and have his own storage site. So you need people most likely coming from the I would say the natural resources industry and the oil and gas who have the expertise of doing that sort of thing. So you see lots of companies, basically, people from that industry starting up as project developer with the expertise to do safe storage of it. And then you need the EPA here in the United States to get the approval of these storage sites. But so there's a lot of permit requests right now. And I think the United States will be in a good position, but there is storage capacity also in Europe, mainly in the open sea. You have lots of capacity as well in the Middle East, so you will see these centers as being the prime centers for storage. Eventually, there'll be a few pockets in Southeast Asia, but primarily now this is a play for what I call the global north. We have not yet addressed where we could do these things in the global south effectively.
Okay, and I think we have time for one last question, and I want to answer it because Brendan Anderson is one of the few brave souls who didn't enter it anonymously. So he asked about putting it inside an HVAC system, and I think this is a good example because it helps conceptualize 1 million tons of CO2. So if you walk outside those doors and you look out over the rooftop, you can see the HVAC system for this building. Bunch of pipes, fans, solar panels, things like that. 1 million tons of CO2 is a lot. Inside the entire Javits Center, which is 3.3 million square feet, according to Google, inside the entire convention center, there's about 1 to 2 tons of CO2. So if you want to get to 1 million tons of CO2, you have to capture all the CO2 out of this entire convention center every 30 to 60 seconds for a year. So yes, there are ways that you can combine infrastructure, but the scale of carbon management is often a lot higher than things like residential or even large commercial buildings.
And you need to move it for storage.
And you need to move it for storage. We've officially hit the red light. So I think we'll conclude with saying thank you, and we'll look forward to talking to you more.
Good morning, and welcome to Decarbonization, the Fast Track. Today, we're going to talk a little bit about industry. And industry is really an important thing to think about because industry is accountable for 37% of global energy use and 30% of global emissions. At the same time, industry is being asked year over year to deliver more innovative products, to market faster, with improved profitability and with improved productivity. At the same time, they need to meet their climate goals. They need to be better, faster, more profitable, and more sustainable all at the same time. In this panel, we're going to talk about the challenges companies are facing to tackle these challenges and how they are delivering results and solving these problems today to deliver to the promises that our countries and our companies have made. Please join me in welcoming the panel. We have Kristen Seaman, Vice President of Sustainable Workplaces and Chief Sustainability Officer at General Motors. Julia Thane, Senior Principal of Climate Aligned Industries at the Rocky Mountain Institute. And Tisha Livingston, co-founder of 80 Acres Farms, a vertical farming company bringing scale to controlled environmental agriculture. I couldn't be more thrilled to be talking with all of you today. And you all work in really diverse areas, and I think sometimes at first glance you're like, what do these women and these companies really have in common? But there's a couple of things where we have a lot of common ground. The first is that innovation is at the forefront of everything that you all are doing. You're leading the transformation in your respective areas, and you're moving at speeds that maybe we didn't even think were possible a few years ago. It sounds pretty easy, but I know that it's not. Kristen, can you talk a little bit about the hurdles that you see in your industry?
Sure. So first off, good morning. Thank you for having us here today. As we look at GM and what we're trying to do to make this transition to an all-electric future, some of the challenges that we need to work together to solve on are things like charging infrastructure and ensuring that we have the facilities and the ability for people to see themselves in an all-electric future and to be able to transition to an EV. It's policies to make the adoption happen faster. we've done a lot, there's a lot of discussion around the raw materials needed to make the batteries. And at GM, we've actually really been working in a much deeper into the supply chain than we ever have before. So we've secured now all of the raw materials that we need to be able to meet our goal of 1 million units of capacity, EV capacity by 2025. And then we're working on the next chunk. So our purchasing and supply chain team has, done everything from working with mining companies into the cathode active material, et cetera, really at a much deeper, standpoint than we ever have before. And then to ensure that that's a reliable, sustainable, resilient supply chain as well. And one of the things that we've done is to partner with our suppliers on what we call an ESG supplier pledge. So we've asked them to make their own commitments around when they're going to become carbon neutral, what they're doing from human rights and fair labor practices to ensure that this is really happening the way we want it to happen. So a lot, again, about partnerships and collaborations to solve some of the challenges that are being talked about.
And it's really, for a big company like GM, it's a lot of change management and really moving something that's already there, maybe in a brownfield way. Tisha, can you talk a little bit about what it's like as a new startup company really delivering sustainable solutions?
Yeah, thank you, Erin. Thank you so much for having me. So 80 Acres Farms is a vertical farming company, and 10 years ago, it was science fiction, the idea of being able to grow food indoors 100% under LED lights. Well, that science fiction is now reality, and we are able to do so many things like reduce the amount of water that's needed for to be able to grow food, to be able to eliminate the supply chain time or the distance, the food miles it takes to be able to get food, and also to be able to eliminate food waste. The challenge that we have in our industry is we are brand new. There isn't a playbook out there. There isn't anything that tells us what we need to be doing. There are absolutely no standards, and there's not even a common language. So figuring out how to standardize and really be able to take the industry into a more mature level so that we're all talking about the same things and measuring the same things, and taking some of these crazy claims that had been made 5, 7, 10 years ago and really put facts to it, put numbers to it, and make sure that we're properly measuring so that we can drive our greenhouse gas emissions.
Tisha, one of the things you mentioned there is some policy, some common language and investment. Julia, can you talk a little bit about what the Rocky Mountain Institute does to really help in that area?
Absolutely. And I would just start by saying in the US last year, we got a little gift, and that gift was the Inflation Reduction Act. And it was billions of dollars that really helped to change the economics of some of the investments that we're seeing now in renewable energy and in the spaces I work, so in heavy industry and transport decarb. I would say with Rocky Mountain Institute, we're working in so many different ways. We're a market-based transformation nonprofit, meaning that we are working across industry, we're working with policymakers, we're working with communities on really thinking through how policy, tech, and how radical collaboration can come together in order to accelerate the clean energy transition. So what that means in the US in particular is that the Inflation Reduction Act has made it much easier to make these investments in heavy industry and transport decarb. However, and there's a big however, we not only need to see that sort of policy happen globally, so other national and regional governments take the same action, and for that matter, global companies make similar decisions that they're making in the US because of these changed economics in other places. So one of the things that I'm working on with the Bezos Earth Fund, with Mission Possible Partnership, is actually unlocking clusters or regional clusters or hubs of investment. And we're working in California and Texas right now on about 25 different investments that are in this space, and thinking through what do they need, what is that catalytic investment that they need, what is that policy that they need in order to really get to final investment decision and to finally achieve those emissions. So I would say now is absolutely the right moment to be making those investments, to be doing those things in the US, and we're hoping to see the very same changes across the world.
So I have a follow-up question there for you that I'm very intrigued about, which is, we've talked about climate action often being led by the European nations and whatnot, and how do you see the role of some of these big investments of the IRA maybe setting an example of how you can do it with a a carrot versus with a stick?
Interesting. Oof. Okay.
I went
As a former policymaker, yeah, I get the hard questions.
Yeah.
As a former policymaker, so I was in the mayor's office in LA, I would say you need both carrots and sticks.
Yep.
I think what has happened in the Inflation Reduction Act is that there's, again, hundreds of millions, billions of dollars in grant funding. So, just public kind of dollars given to projects. But there's also all these tax incentives. And the tax incentives, and here's where I'm going to get a little wonky, all the 45, so we call it the 45 alphabet soup, they have, again, really changed, not just the 1-year horizon, but the 5-year horizon, the 10-year horizon when you're looking at the financial planning of these investments. So definitely important to have carrots. We're seeing that in the way of tax incentives here in the US. I think in other places, there's absolutely other ways to do that. And I would also say government also doesn't always need to foot the bill or the entire bill. And so, what's wonderful about being on this panel too is you see so many people who are in companies that are making huge commitments and huge investments in sustainability because they know it's not just about the environment, that it actually makes really good business sense too.
And the one thing you hit on there really is that it needs not just government, not just industry or academia, but it's really about, and I think you said it earlier, the radical collaboration of these. And maybe, Kristen, can you talk a little bit about how General Motors is exhibiting and really working toward or leaning into this radical collaboration?
Yeah, for sure. I mean, it's absolutely all about collaboration, and I couldn't agree with you more about it being good for the business. It really is. I mean, one of the things we've done at GM is really weave in our sustainability strategy into our business strategy. So it's a value proposition, it's a growth proposition, it's a financial advantage to be planning for this and doing it, and all of that takes collaboration. We talk a lot about everybody in at GM, and it's, how do we work with our suppliers? How do we work with policymakers? How do we work across industries, that maybe we haven't traditionally worked with on things like new sustainable materials, renewable energy initiatives. I mean, the great work that we're doing with RMI and other partners on, some of the, the virtual power plant agreements, the Zero Grid Initiative, and really looking at how we decarbonize the grid and we make renewable energy more accessible and available for everybody and find ways to make that financially and beneficial for companies and businesses and frankly for the users. So it's really looking at, going beyond what we've traditionally done. I say it a lot that, this isn't an area for us to compete.
Yep.
Climate change and the environment and things we need to do and really sustainability as a whole is an area that we all need to work together. We can compete on products and we need to work together on solutions. So I think, again, this panel this week is a great example of how we're doing that.
Anything you wanted to add, Julia?
I mean, absolutely. I would say, a few things. First of all, customer needs are changing, climate is changing, and the grid is changing. And so companies, like GM are realizing this and understanding that both radical collaboration is needed, but also some planning is needed, and then some action is needed. And so the initiatives that Kristen mentioned in terms of the virtual power plant partnership and then in terms of the Zero Grid Initiative are just indications of that. They're recognizing that we have hundreds of thousands of appliances that speak to the grid. And we also have a grid that is rapidly decarbonizing and needs to decarbonize more. And so how do we bring together industry policymakers? How do we bring together the market? How do we bring together both regulations, kind of carrots and sticks? And then actively plan to make sure that the grid is not only cleaner, but also more reliable, more affordable. And then how can we make sure that companies and ultimately customers are benefiting from that? And so I think, again, in this space, I keep saying radical collaboration, but collaboration should be basic. I mean, we should all do it, right? Like, why are we even talking about this? We just need to be doing it. And so I think it's fantastic, again, that all of these groups are really partnering up and saying, we recognize these changes are happening. Let's actually plan and act for them.
One of the things that I've heard a number of times is that we have the technology available to solve the climate crisis, and it's really about working together and scaling some of that technology. And Tisha, you said it earlier, what you're doing now felt like science fiction before, but what I know is that a lot of startup companies who have these really innovative technologies really struggled to make that jump from a small targeted approach to a scaled approach. Can you talk a little bit about how you're scaling using collaboration and partners?
Yeah, absolutely. So our company 8 years ago, Mike and I started it out of nothing, out of our garage. And we have built it into the largest vertical farming company in the US, selling into the largest grocery retailer. And the way that we did that is through radical collaboration. It's exactly right. You know, we had to figure out in the universe of our industry what it is that we needed to innovate on and what was already out there. And so utilizing companies like Siemens, who already have the technology that's capable for us to be able to leapfrog into more digitalization of our farms, being able to identify where waste is, that has helped us speed up our trajectory of innovation and development. But not only with companies like suppliers, but we've also had to work with our customers. Food waste is the third largest greenhouse gas emissions contributor behind the US, or China and the US. And so when you think about impact, eliminating food waste is critical. What we do is we're bringing food closer to the point of consumption, and so we're eliminating all of those food miles. We're also eliminating food waste along the supply chain. And one of the ways that we're doing that is with our customer. So we are aligned with the demand plan from our customer, and we're aligned with our production plans. And so instead of us growing what grows and then trying to figure out how to sell it and losing over 30% of the food from the point of the supply chain all the way through to your home, what we're doing is we're matching that supply and demand. And then we're eliminating all of the steps within that supply chain. And so, but it requires a lot of collaboration and cooperation and transparency. And so what I see is being able to work with our suppliers to be able to feed data, to be able to get more information about the supply chain and how we do it, so that we can then drive continuous improvement in our processes.
I'll say one of the things I love the most about our at Siemens partnership with 80 Acres is it's not a partnership you would think would happen naturally, like farming and digitalization and automation. I don't think you see as a traditional partnerships. And so this radical collaboration, which I think is becoming the theme for our session today, really comes with also looking to partners that maybe you wouldn't have thought of to partner with in the past. And that's one of the things that I really love about this relationship. And the piece that we often bring to it from a Siemens perspective is the data piece. Can we talk a little bit about how data, simulation, the ability to do things in the digital world, that technology piece is really impacting what you're doing? Maybe I'll start back with you again, Tisha.
Yeah, no, great. So when I think about digitalization of our farms, we have big problems to solve. We started scaling 8 years ago with containers. We started in a very small way. And then we moved into farms where we're standardizing the components. And we were modularizing. Now we're at the point where we need to industrialize. And to be able to scale up from that small scale into sized farms where we can actually feed a population, we need to be able to understand where our bottlenecks are. We need to be able to understand capital efficiency. What is it that we need to be investing in order to be able to make sure that we're getting the appropriate output? How do we know exactly that supply-demand ratio where I'm making sure that I am meeting demand and supply? Well, a lot of that is simulation and simulation of crops and how the crops are growing. And you know, I have all these different crops that are growing at different rates, and I have a customer out there that wants a blended salad with 3 or 4 different things in it. So how do I optimize the whole thing so I'm not wasting, I'm not growing the wrong thing? Well, that transparency and being able to collect the information along the supply chain is helping me make sure that I am only providing and only growing what I need.
Kristen, I have to imagine, like Siemens, your supply chains are large and dense, and getting that data together and really being able to turn that data into decisions and move yourself forward with respect to climate is really an important piece for you as well.
Yeah, I mean, for sure, as a technical and innovation-based company, data is critical to everything we do. As an engineer, it's near and dear to my heart as well. You know, whether it be things like real-time carbon tracking that we're working on, or the work that we do with our suppliers to really strategize and make sure that we understand the logistics piece and how are we doing that in the most sustainable way to deliver materials just in time to our facilities, to the work that we're doing on innovating to the next step. I mean, things like EV Live, that if you haven't had a chance to experience, you can experience out in the hallway, which is an opportunity for customers who aren't quite ready or familiar or unsure about that transition to an EV to talk to somebody, live 24/7 about what it's going to take, right? Where can I get a charging station? How do I put that into my home? How do I work with the utility? What is the environment and the experience going to be like? To apps on your phone that allow you to understand with Altium Charge 360 where you're going to find charging stations, how are you going to plan your route trip to make sure it's the most EV efficient, mapping and routing. So data is critical to everything we do, and it leads to transparency, it leads to solutions and opportunities.
Julie, I'm sure it plays a very big role in the work that you guys are doing on a more...
None at all.
Right. Why do I even need it?
Who cares about data? Yeah, no, it plays a huge role. All jokes aside, I mean, data drives decision making, and data changes minds. Stories change hearts. So we try to do both data and stories. Just to give you a few examples of how we use data, we have done a bunch of work, especially in the past 3 or 4 years, around methane. And so a few COPs ago, we launched something called MIQ Plus and OCI, and this was an effort to map the methane emissions that were coming from natural gas, from oil and gas sites. That has really changed, the narrative in terms of looking at methane leakage. We're doing the same thing now, actually, in food waste and on landfills through something called the Global Methane Hub and the Waste Map. There is an example where we didn't really know what the methane emissions were, and once we got a handle of the data, it all of a sudden became so much more urgent and so much more actionable about what companies, policymakers, and even communities and NGOs, of course, could do about this. Another example, and this is actually taking one from my work with Bezos Earth Fund and Mission Possible Partnership and on these clean industrial hubs in California and Texas, is we're working with a collection of trucking companies with fleets and then also with real estate owners who are trying to figure out how do they future-proof their warehouses, knowing that there are both regulations that are coming on board and then also just, again, customer needs are changing, climate is changing, and the grid is changing. And so we're using different sets of data in order to figure out how many charging points need to be put into these warehouses, when sometimes the real estate owners don't actually even know how many trucks are in there because they have different kind of rental and lease models. So data vitally important for figuring out both where we are right now, what's our baseline, and where we need to go. And we're able to just pull together so many different data sets, use software, use some of the digitization technologies that Siemens and other companies have in order to do that. But to the story point, I mean, I think it is, and in my work, we try to tell as many stories as possible, and RMI tries to tell as many stories as possible. And I actually want to pick up on an example you gave of just being able to talk to someone on the floor of a GM facility and being able to talk about what's the experience of building a battery electric vehicle. I mean, not only am I just super curious about that from a student perspective, but I think it's also really important to show people that your life doesn't have to change that much.
Exactly.
It's kind of the same.
Right.
It's just a new technology, and that's happened before. So it almost reduces the level of anxiety that we all have about, oh my gosh, we have to shift our choices so much. You don't, and here's an example. Here's a story of somebody who's really doing it. So I think that is super powerful, and I absolutely believe in data. I'm an economist, but I think you also need some stories.
Yeah, I want to touch on a couple things that you said. Kristen, you really talked a little bit about the change management piece and really getting the customer, the consumer, to understand what the change means for them, how easy or difficult it may be. And then, Julie, I wanted to pick up on what you said there about the employee and really talking to them about how their life is different. And one of the things that we've recognized, and I heard this yesterday or the other day here, that culture is a practice, and I love this. This is one of the things I'm taking home. And I think a little bit about how at Siemens, one of the things that we're really trying to do is give people in their work, working for Siemens and for our customers, the ability to make better decisions and more climate-focused decisions by giving them more data. So one of the ways that we're integrating data is in our design tools and our simulation tools, allowing you to optimize not just for performance or for weight or color or any other of your engineering requirements, but also being able to put those engineering requirements right beside so we can move not just the consumer culture, but the employee culture. And I think one of the things that we often struggle with is that we have roles and people in our organizations who are 100% focused on climate, people, society, ESG related places, but we really need to make everybody in our enterprise focused in that way. And I think that that's something that that is really the next big challenge. I think every company's got people who are thinking in this way. Now the big challenge is to get everyone in your company thinking this way.
It's everybody in.
Everybody in, yeah.
No, but I mean, honestly, I just talk about it a lot in the company that it needs to be just like safety and quality.
Yes.
Right? It's not its own thing. Sustainability can be in some part of everybody's job. There's a lot of discussion around, even on the education front, around green jobs.
Yep.
In my opinion, is we need to green all jobs, right? We need to weave sustainability into finance degrees, into policy degrees, even medical, engineering, et cetera.
Material science degrees.
Exactly. So when our engineers are starting, at day one on, how to design the part, it's what materials are you choosing? How do you think about the end of life? Just like you think about, we've for years have talked about design for assembly, design for serviceability. Now it's design for recyclability.
I always say we're making these design engineer jobs awfully difficult.
Yeah,
right?
well,
as soon as they figure one out, we give them another layer of parameters.
Yes. Having lived as a DRE, design release engineer, for many, many years in my career, it is a really tough job, but it is an incredibly rewarding job as well, because you're innovating every single day on new ways to do things, new technologies, new materials.
So we talk a lot this week, and it is Climate Week, about the climate, but we know that it doesn't end there, that we have resource limitations. We need to think a little bit about circularity, about societal impacts and people impacts in what we're doing. It's really about responsible use of the entire planet, not just about the CO2 that we're doing. Can we talk a little bit about the societal impacts of sustainability initiatives and why this is so important? Maybe I'll start with you, Julia.
Yeah, absolutely. I want to pick up first, actually.
Go ahead.
I wanted to butt in on that question.
You're welcome to.
On the workforce development piece. Yes, I think we're kind of massively underselling or maybe underpreparing for how workforce is going to change over time. And I don't think that's a bad thing that it is going to change over time. What I mean by that is we have so many new technologies that are coming on board. Some of them, you can buy today. Others are just still in pilot scale. And so whether it's thinking about green hydrogen or producing electrolyzers or thinking about direct air capture, there are going to be different jobs in the future than there are today. And so what I think we haven't yet done totally effectively is mapped out what those workforce development needs are going to be, and how that workforce is currently scattered across the globe, and then how we're going to build new training programs in order to make sure that people have the skills they need to do.
And know that those jobs, the ones that we see in 10 years aren't the same ones you see in 20 years.
Right.
We were talking a little bit backstage, and I have children who are getting ready to go to college, and it's really different than when I went to college, where you might choose a career and that's what you'll likely do for at least the next 10 years. Really giving them that resiliency, that constant growth. At Siemens, we call it a growth mindset, where you're always looking for what you're going to learn next. I think it's a really fascinating topic about how you continue to develop the workforce, and not just when you're 18 years old to when you're 21 or 22, but really, again, when you're 30 and again when you're 40, to be able to have a full career that might have a lot of twists and turns in it.
Yep, exactly. So now to answer your second question.
Now we'll go back to the script.
But I'm going to bridge them. One area that we have not seen enough people working in is community engagement. And I don't mean that we don't have some amazing community-based organizations, some amazing people who are on the activism and advocacy front. There are absolutely those professionals. But especially in the US, and I would say this is true around the globe, because of how the Inflation Reduction Act has rolled out, because of amazing gifts like Justice 40 requirements, we're also seeing that companies are having to think about community engagement in a different way. They're having to think about societal impacts in a different way. They're having to think about how 40% of the benefits will really accrue to disadvantaged communities in the way, at least again in the US, that it's defined. One way we're seeing that operationalized is that companies are starting to think about community engagement departments and hiring folks who not only think about environmental justice and equity, as a project is happening, but really before a project, during a project, and after a project. And I think that's really important because I'm not a huge fan of sort of, telling people what the benefits of things are, but more so of that understanding of what the benefits and the challenges are coming from communities themselves. So again, in our work, we actually have a whole community engagement work stream. We're working both individually with companies that are saying, yes, we need help on this. Yes, we need an understanding of what, again, using US jargon, community benefit plans and community benefit agreements are. Yes, we need better ways of sort of having a shared language with community groups around what the transition to, again, I'll just use the example of green hydrogen or battery electric trucking might be. And there's an area where I think we're maybe at the beginning of the journey. I was going to say midway. I think we're at the beginning. We're at the beginning. We're at after the starting line, but not quite, that far after the starting line in terms of community engagement in this new industrial and transport decarb space.
And access is a big part of that conversation, which I know is a big topic as you look at a transition to an EV culture moving forward. Anything you wanted to add there, Kristen?
Yeah, I mean, certainly, first off, I 100% agree. And I think, how we show up in communities, and it's everything from, workforce development to community engagement. I mean, we kind of talk a little bit internally, like be a good neighbor, right? I mean, how our facilities, what we do in our facilities, how we transform the facility and what it means to the community is simple as things like truck routes, out of our manufacturing plants. Are we making sure that they're the least disruptive to the community? What we do from a nature preservation standpoint, and charging infrastructure is one that we worked with RMI on. We have a year ago instituted a climate fund, which is focused on, kind of 4 key areas. One is on EV access and making sure that we have vehicles and products available so that everybody can participate in an EV future. It's not just for the affluent. It's products like our Chevrolet Equinox that start at $35,000 or the Bolt EV or EUV that are very affordable. But it's also things like ride sharing and what we're doing for delivery trucks. And actually the Bright Drop vehicle is outside as well that you can see. And so it's charging infrastructure and availability so that and there's a lot of work that's been done with RMI about eliminating charging deserts. It's workforce development and really making sure that we make this EV transition inclusive and that we don't leave anybody behind.
Tisha, I feel like this is such a softball to you. So much of what you do is so related to the people that you're serving.
Exactly. So we founded our company on the premise that we need to be able to feed our communities better tasting, healthy food, and that's lacking in most of the communities in the US and even globally. And we found that community engagement is key. Because people don't know where their food came from. They don't understand that it's not just coming from the grocery store. And so when we talk about a lot of the sustainability benefits of growing indoors, like water reduction, absolutely no pesticides, no runoff into the streams, being able to produce in a very small acreage to be able to feed a lot of people, it almost seems like it's too good to be true. And so being able to connect with the community, we have taken vertical farms and we've shrunk them down into what we call our grow-mobiles. And we're teaching kids because we think that the children are the future and the children go teach their parents and their grandparents and their other caregivers. And so community involvement and interaction and people being aware of where their food comes from, the challenges of currently growing in the open field or even in the greenhouse compared to what we do. And then also just the idea of pesticides and the amount of pesticides and fertilizers that are going off into our water streams. That has been critical for us because it's just not something that people learn about. The other thing is workforce engagement. I struggle from the same thing. We have a brand new industry, and the average age of a farmer today is, I think, in the mid to late 60s. So that knowledge and that experience is aging out. So how do we encourage new people, young people, to be able to get into the space, to be able to get into the industry? And a lot of that is partnering with colleges and universities in micro-credentialing programs, figuring out in trade schools. So basically creating a whole curriculum of education around vertical farming and about food production, which is so critical to all of us. So those are two of the things that definitely we're hugely focused on.
One of the things you talked about, which I think also relates to something Kristen was saying earlier, is that because we are moving at a speed that maybe is unfamiliar and uncomfortable to people, that trust of the consumers, trust in your EV to be able to get you where you want to go, trust in the lettuce that I got from a vertical farm instead of from the grocery store. It feels like a really big lever, and maybe, and again, I'm a little bit off script here, so sorry to put you all on the spot, but I think it's a really fascinating thing to think about, and how those education pieces and the transparency piece you were talking about before, and Julia, when you were saying being able to talk to someone who's building one and building that public trust in the technology as it moves faster and moves forward, I think is really fascinating.
Yeah, it is a, I don't want to say it's a challenge now, but 8 years ago, we were really worried about growing indoors, growing under lights, not growing with soil. How could that possibly be natural? But when you think about it and you think about nature, nature is like, we grow in spite of nature. There is nothing natural about what we do out in the fields today. And so educating on photosynthesis, educating on how your food is grown, and how we can take technology, harness the best day of the plant, harness the nutrition and the flavor, and be able to provide that every single time to communities that probably wouldn't be able to afford it otherwise. So when we talk about accessibility, for us, scaling is critical. We have the technology, we have the customers, we have to scale, we have to get there fast with our technology and hit the right unit economics so we can make it affordable to everyone. Because if we're only lettuce for the rich, we're never gonna get anywhere. And so for me, it's all about accessibility. So we are accessible in the largest grocery retailer, not that necessarily the high-end stores, love to sell to them too, but we are in mainstream stores because we wanna make sure that everyone can afford health and nutrition. That should not be something that only the wealthy can afford.
Yeah, and maybe can I get on this question? The other side of the coin of trust is risk. And I would say you tend to move more quickly with folks that you trust because you perceive that there's very low risk. Just to bring this back to the first comment I made around the Inflation Reduction Act and the gift of that is that we got some public finance, we got some public funding that helps to de-risk some of the investments that have to be made. That doesn't mean, though, that there isn't private finance that we still have to have in order to close the gap. And so some of the work that we're doing on building trust, or rather, sort of reducing risk, is really thinking about how financial institutions can play a role in two different ways, really, in the industrial and heavy transport decarb space. And the first is in thinking about how these first-of-a-kind projects, so these projects we know have to happen because they prove out the technology, they prove out the business case, how financial institutions can really be allies, which is like a weird word to use here, but how they can be allies in making these first-of-a-kind investments happen, and thinking through, what are each of the components that need to be de-risked, whether, again, using this green hydrogen example, if it's the electrolyzer production, if it's the renewable electricity, if it's, the processes of the facility itself, how each of those can be de-risked. And then, second, really thinking through how can you support most of the time it's like startups who are doing these projects. It's not all big companies. So how can you really support startups that might be 6 people, but they're doing a $500 million, facility? How can you really help them grow and de-risk being a startup, being entrepreneurial, and testing out some of these technologies that really need to be massively scaled in order to accelerate our transition?
And for me, that's the first step, but we've actually, with our work at Siemens, find that a lot of people get stuck on the second step, which is, I have the proven technology. I did a panel at the Hanover Fair this last year with a company that's looking to scale tire recycling. And it was really about looking, where can they get funding? How do they really move? They have all of the acumen and the innovation of a small company, but really finding those right resources, that right support to help them scale was really where they hit the stumbling block. And I think that that's an important second step, because I hear us talk a lot about that first step, about supporting the innovation. But then once the innovation's there, about being able to move it and scale it. And I would say no one here knows more about this than Tisha. Maybe you have any comments or anything you want to add there?
Yeah, I would say that's exactly right. It's the risk profile of funds today is not necessarily, either you're a VC and you're high risk and they're going to give you a little bit of money to prove out your technology, but to get the funds to really make an impact in infrastructure, which is really what we're doing. We are building farms in close proximity to the point of consumption. That scaling is, we don't have the top line revenue. We are still working through building out our business, and so it is a challenge. And so we hear about funds that are available for scaling infrastructure, but how do you get your arms around it and how do you qualify? We have had the opportunity of taking advantage of USDA loans and scaling, which has been amazing. Tons of hurdles, lots of paperwork, lots of administration to try
Which can feel like a lot for a small enterprise.
Yeah. Oh my gosh, when you have a finance organization of 3 people, and it's really a struggle to be able to meet all of those administrative hurdles. So worth it if you can figure it out, but it's not easy for us to be able to scale great technology that's already been proven.
Yep, and we call it at RMI, I mean, I guess it's called this generally, but valleys of death. And we need hills of life. We need hills of life, not valleys of death. Right. But we call them valleys of death because they're exactly this problem where you're a startup, you've got a proven technology, you need to get to that infrastructure finance piece. And so we have an arm at RMI called Third Derivative, which actually works with startups, very much like your own, to try to overcome those valleys of death and try to get at different types of investors, because it's a varied landscape. It's very diverse. And fortunately, there are big companies too that can put some of these huge investments on their own balance sheets, but really we need it all. We need it all.
And I actually feel really encouraged that we are now deep enough in the execution to really understand where these things are, and really at a more execution level, know what we need to do and what we need to change. And for me, that's really the positive piece is, for a long time we spent looking at what targets could be or what we should probably attempt to achieve, and now we're doing the hard work of achieving it and finding those pieces and those roadblocks that we need to remove. It looks like we're getting a little bit short on time, so I wanted to just ask each of you if you had a piece of advice or learning that you would want to share with our audience today. Maybe I'll start with you, Kristen.
Sure. I mean, I would just say get started. One of the things that we talk about, is how do you achieve these big goals? And, I'll use the example of our renewable energy goal. We started originally in 2016, said we'd be 100% renewable in our operations by 2050. We actually achieved that and have secured everything we need for 25 in the US and 2035 globally. So we overachieved by 25 years, but it's by getting started, it's by measuring, collaborating, finding ways to continue to progress. And as you said, we're on this path of just, you can often do things much faster than you realize once you get started.
Yep. 2 things come to mind. One is don't lose hope, and the second is think bigger. So RMI was founded by a couple of people, but one of them was Amory Lovins, and one of the things that he talks about is applied hope. And honestly, this is a good place to be talking about it, because Climate Week is all about having optimism about climate rather than pessimism and sort of doom and gloom mentality about climate. So I think don't lose hope is one of the things I think about every single day, especially as in the work that I'm doing in California and Texas. We've mapped 140 investments that are more than $1 billion that are going to leverage $180 billion of Inflation Reduction Act incentives and reduce 1 gigaton of CO2 equivalent emissions. That's incredible. I mean, that's amazing. That's really something we should be proud of, but also something that we shouldn't lose track of making sure that it happens rather than it's just planned for. And the second piece, which I've already forgotten my own advice, but the second piece really is about, I will come back to it. Think bigger. Thank you for listening to me.
We're collaborating.
We're collaborating, radical collaboration. Think bigger, yeah. So Now is really not the time for incremental action. I mean, now is the time for setting bold targets, for making those bold targets. Now is the time for bold innovation and for really doing something big and different about it. And then my personal passion is actually electric bikes. I love e-bikes. And so we're seeing around the world there's 300 million electric two-wheelers and three-wheelers that are together combined displacing as much or 4 times as much oil as electric vehicles are. We should be growing that market of electric two-wheelers and three-wheelers. We should be growing that market of electric cars and trucks. We should really be thinking as big and bold as possible because we don't have anything to lose.
Yeah, and so I want to kind of reiterate a little bit, but don't be afraid to dream big and reimagine the world that we live in. We, 8 years ago, didn't imagine that we could change agriculture, industrialize agriculture, and be able to provide health and wellness to the communities that need it. And so it was an idea and a dream, and 2 crazy founders in a garage, and we decided to go do it. But we knew that we couldn't do it alone. And so for us, it was critical to be able to find the right partners to collaborate. And once you started collaborating, imagine an invent in the gaps. We don't need to reinvent everything. We need to find partners that are world-class, maybe not in the industry that you're looking at, but in other tangential or other industries. Partner with them. Everybody has the same common passion to do good, and let's figure out how to do it together, and then innovate in the gaps.
Ladies, I cannot thank you enough for talking with us today. Wanted to thank you all for coming to our session, and enjoy the rest of your Climate Week.
Thank you.
Great job.
And now, climate literacy for understanding and addressing the climate crisis. Please welcome Frank Niepold and Justin Warland.
Well, my sunglasses. Yeah, it's bright. It's bright from this vantage point. I'm Justin Warland. I'm a senior correspondent at Time and editor at large at Time CO2. I write about climate change, and I'm really thrilled for this discussion about climate literacy, which is, the purpose of what I do and what Frank does. Frank Niepold is the climate education coordinator at NOAA. I'm going to start with a really just big, broad question, and maybe seems obvious, but I want to hear what your take on it. Why does climate literacy matter?
It's a great question. I think as I've been with this room for the second time, in last year and this year, and I'm over with the Global Futures Conference. All the conversations we're talking about, the transformation of society, every sector in society to deal with climate change. All of them are contributing to the problem, all of them are key to the solution. I think if you're trying to transform society and you leave the education sector and the communication and media sector out of that equation, you won't be successful. And we're talking about every form of education exists, every form of media that exists, every form of training, capacity building. That's really those domains that are critical to climate literacy. But I think that what people think, how they think, got us into this problem. So if you don't try and come up with a new approach to how people think, we're just going to replicate the problem in a new way. So that's why, for me, why climate literacy is so important.
So, as I said, you're climate education coordinator at NOAA, and as we were talking about, you have many different hats, many different roles. Maybe you could just tell us a little bit about how you put climate literacy into practice, how you advance it.
Sure. So when I was asked to join NOAA back in 2005, and they said, basically your charge is make the nation climate literate. No money, no staff, no partnerships, no frameworks, no colleagues, no staff. Go. I was crazy enough to say, sure, let's go for that. But we did, and I think that one of the things we're working on right now in the government is updating the guide. There's a guide we released under the Bush administration in 2008, then we released it again in 2009, and we haven't updated it since 2009. You know, when I was asked to do this and I was asked to make the climate literacy guide, I wasn't sure that that would be worth a lot of effort. It's just a document. And yet it has been a transformational effort because museums, zoos, aquaria, higher education programs, K-12 programs, parks, all have been, not all, but a vast number of them have been using this because they're like, we need something to help us figure out what's important. What's in scope, what's out of scope, what are the supporting points? And we got 18 federal agencies to agree to the same ideas that they think that everyone should know. So that's how you begin moving out. You get a common framework. We're updating that right now. We hope it'll be in public comment probably a couple weeks, maybe a little bit more. It's a hard thing to do. But once you have a framework, then you start moving out into partnerships and deployments. I'll be at Columbia tomorrow. We're talking about funding climate change education worldwide. So if you don't have a framework, then comes the funding. It's very hard to define, like, where do you start? And you're designing your program for young people on how they want to implement a workforce program that relates to climate. What should they learn about? Well, that's where the guide comes in. So, you know, I'm expecting and seeing a lot of both international, national, and then subnational and states, major new initiatives that have finally realized that climate and education are critically important to success if we're trying to do this climate action work.
So I'm a big part of coming up with this guide is engaging with communities,
Yep.
Which is one of the most fun parts about my job, but you know, I'm writing typically a story with a focus. You're really trying to engage a lot of different communities to come up with something comprehensive. So how do you do that? What does that look like?
So, I mean, the first thing we did was we listened. So back in March, we held 21 listening sessions with every kind of constituency you could imagine that climate literacy would be important. Youth was our first and our last. Justice communities, BIPOC communities, indigenous communities, media, health, education, and you know, what we found was some really common things. Overwhelmingly, they saw the need for climate literacy to have an incredibly strong action orientation, solutions. Do not give us a problem-heavy orientation. That comes through in my practice as an educator and all my partnerships, that people are tired of hearing it's a problem, and then they would say to the educator that they're working with, well, what do we do? And they say it's a really big problem. And then they would say, well, what do we do about the problem? And they say, well, it's a really, really big problem. So the problem orientation has been in our field way too long. And so the distance between it's a problem and solutions that you can give me some guidance on how I should start moving in that direction needs to be almost instantaneous. Young people, when I talk to them, they say they want a 75-25, and the 25's problem. They're ready to move to solution way faster than a lot of the people I work with. So there are some issues that we're trying to iron through to really help them understand how to move forward in their practices in climate literacy. But you know, it's different. We heard some very different, justice orientation was very strong. Health focus, mental health showed up very strongly because there's a lot of anxiety around these topics, especially if you're starting to engage people more successfully. They want help with how to do that. And then the other one is misinformation. Misinformation is definitely showing up in this field as like, how do we deal with that and as it relates to climate literacy? So we saw these topics and we've been building our architecture of how we move this forward through the government. So, I mean, I was just negotiating with a couple of key people right before I got on the stage. So we're making good progress. I think we finally figured out the final couple key things. It's a tricky thing, but that's all right. Yeah. We're up to it.
Yeah, well, I mean, I encourage everyone, obviously, when the new guide comes out to look at it. I found it very interesting to look at the guide from 2009. How have things changed in terms of climate literacy since 2009 and now?
Well, I mean, so clearly, I mean, it was funny. One of the questions we asked when we had these public listening sessions was, you know, here are the 8 ideas that were really important back in the day. and rank them. How important are they now? And clearly, humans need to take action to solve climate change. That was pegged high. It's humans that are causing the climate change we're facing now, pegged high. We need to start dealing with adaptation, pegged high, and it is important to life. That was also slightly lower, but high. But the whole, like, do you really need to understand all the ins and outs of the climate system? Look, I work at NOAA. I've been there 18 years. I was at NASA for 10 years. The intricacies of the climate system as a planet is incredibly robust. Back in the day, we spent a lot of time talking about thermohaline circulations and habitable zones and all this incredibly important science. I don't mean to diminish it at all, but is it foundational to working and navigating climate now? No. Do we need some people who have that mastery? 100%. Our science enterprises are going to continue working and advancing with this matter of expertise. We're going to keep doing that, and there's going to be enough young people that will replace the people that are retiring. But that orientation of how much Earth systems you really need down in order to be climate literate is definitely shrunk. And that opens up space to focus on more solutions and kind of the rate and urgency of the issue.
It's an interesting point. There's obviously a lot of, there's a mantra of, follow the science.
Right.
And of course it's important to follow the science, but that also requires, there's also a need to incorporate other disciplines, as you were saying,
yep.
to apply science throughout society. So how do you navigate that? I mean, how do you navigate working with scientists and working with other disciplines and finding ways to make it all work together?
This is why this is a hard task, because the expertise skill set is definitely widened. So one of the compromises we made in 2009 was we said this was climate science literacy. So it's really coming out of the science domain. Intentionally in the 2023 process, we realized very rapidly that this needed to be climate literacy. Drop the science in the middle. And the reason why is because we asked this question of what disciplines and domains of knowledge do need to be involved in climate literacy. And we had 7,000 people giving us these comments, and the answers were every kind of knowledge you could imagine. Any kind of course you could take at college showed up. Every form of economics, every form of risk analysis, psychology, traditional knowledge, indigenous knowledge, it keep on going. So what that said to us was that we're looking at a many-discipline approach. And where that gets challenging when you're working at an agency like NOAA or NASA or Energy or EPA, because we're the kind of the authorizing body, is that it got to be too challenging for them to approve. So what we decided to do was to say, well, let's take the science part of really what is the core knowledge you need to have and some of the dispositions and approve that. And then the skills and abilities, which we've been working with an international team on, said, well, let's authorize that with new people that have different expertise. Because clearly this field needs to go into a multidisciplinary approach. But who are the authorities on knowledge and competencies? It turns out it's not science agencies. So we're going to hunt, and if anybody has any ideas of who are the authorities on skills and abilities, I'm all ears. But we will build a skills and ability framework to match a knowledge basis, which really comes out of more of the sciences. So I think we're getting creative in how we do this, because clearly we need a lot of tools to help humans figure out how to live and survive and thrive on a planet that has a climate system. We're not really good at it yet. The skills and abilities that were discussed in the previous panel that was right here in these chairs, that kind of skills and abilities is also in climate literacy, but it's not something that the science agencies have expertise in. So we'll figure it out. Yeah. I don't have an answer for you yet, but I do know that it'll be a parallel set of expertise. Right. So maybe we'll have to go to the design schools.
Right. Well, I mean, there's a role for every discipline.
Yep.
So I want to ask, this is maybe the most frequent question that I'm asked on panels and in various public settings, and I think you might have a more informed answer in some ways than I do, which is, how do you talk to people who don't believe in climate change, who are deniers? How do you make them literate in climate?
So I mean, I think the first order of business is, I don't know why people are so focused on the deniers, the dismissives. I don't know why we're so focused on them. They're a small constituency. They're very loud, and but if we're going to do the work we have to in climate and society, which we do have to, that's not a high priority group for me. I have a lot of other constituencies that really need to be worked with, they just don't know enough to really be able to understand how it maps to what they value and how they move in the world. So for them, I really try to understand what they're trying to do, where they're coming from, and working at NOAA as a civil servant, we carry a credibility that comes pretty fast on this topic. So, when they actually ask, hey, is this real? Is that connected to that? Are those wildfires related to that? Is that thing that we actually, they listen in a different way. It's not just anybody talking. So I appreciate that I have that additional ability, and my colleagues do, but other agencies and other expertise. But it's a respectful conversation. There was a great report that was done by the National Academies that Congress asked us to do with America's Climate Choices back in 2010. In the communication chapter, one of the first things they said was, do this kind of process with respect. Just always, wherever somebody's coming from, just operate with respect. And I've always found that to be an incredibly powerful, I am a civil servant, I serve everyone. So while I say there are certain audiences that I just don't have much time, because it takes a lot of time, and there's a lot of other people that actually really do want to have a constructive conversation. I can usually figure out whether or not this is going to be constructive, or you're just trying to use up my time.
So you look for constructive conversations rather than focusing on deniers. I'm curious, how many people actually want to have a constructive conversation, do you think? Or what percentage when you are out there in the field engaging with people?
It's funny. It's a lot more than you'd think. Just I was standing waiting to go into the green room, and the security guy and I were just starting to chat because I was waiting for Amanda to come get us. Yeah. And I don't know how it works. I don't understand how that starts, but we got there, and he brought it up. So he didn't know who I was and where I work, but I think if you take Catherine Hayhoe's position on this, the best thing we can do is talk about it. Number one, if we walk into almost any community room setting, most people in that space are deeply concerned about climate change. But what they have in common is they don't talk about it. They don't share. And so the number one thing we can do is actually talk about it, but respectfully. And I think that it opens the channel for us to make progress, to really understand, is it real? Is that possible? Is it better to deal with it than not? Those kinds of, but let's just start talking. Carefully, respectfully, but actually talk.
So I'm going to shift gears a little bit. Okay, so you have a guide coming out.
Yep.
Who needs to take up this guide? How does that happen? And how do you pay for it?
So the WHO, so 1 in 4 people in the nation's a student. 1 in 4, right? So we have 15,000 school districts, thousands of schools, community colleges, libraries, museums, zoos, parks, aquaria. Those are the main people who build climate literacy. But I'm looking at somebody else who probably would find this valuable, because the media has an incredibly important and outsized role in doing this. And unfortunately, young people right now are not getting well served by their education system. There's a lot of work to do it, but they're self-educating. And that's partly why the anxiety for the young people is spiking so hard. Because, you know, I'll look at those articles, I know them, I know the field well, and they read it, and a lot of the headlines are pretty sensational, and it spikes their anxiety hard, because there isn't a trained professional who understands pedagogy, methodology, and age-appropriate ways to build their understanding and see when those knees start buckling, and then work appropriately with it. So, you know, because the education community haven't done the heavy work that they should be doing, a lot of young people are self-educating, and the systems were not, your articles are not meant to educate a 14-year-old, I would imagine. That's not your intent.
I hope so. I hope that we reach a...
Well, reaching them, but I mean, they may not be, and actually not your pieces more that I'm thinking about. A lot of the articles in the media really, the space between problem and solution is often pretty far.
Yeah.
And so the problems we're dealing with, and we just had an incredibly catastrophic season worldwide and across the United States. And so all of that story just feeds in that. But, you know, what isn't being told is, so like right now with the IRA and BIL money, we are dropping into communities billions and billions and billions of dollars of climate solutions all over the place, but it's invisible. So one of the top things we have to do to increase climate literacy is make those solutions visible. Like those Cadillacs sitting out there, I mean, you know, that's a rare opportunity. Nobody else outside of New York is seeing that, and then just go next and next and next. So many climate solutions are here, but they're invisible to most people. That's really the missing piece of the story. That is why what they were asking for us in the listening sessions, focus on the solutions. And so we whether it's educators, communicators, decision makers, we have to really start lifting up the solutions and helping people get into the work of actually doing the solutions.
So focus on solutions is one key takeaway. What are some others for, you know, I hope everyone reads the report, but if you don't get a chance to, what are like, you know, three takeaways about how to communicate on this and how to make people literate?
Well, I think that the top transformational work that we have in front of us is actually workforce. Because right now, the work that are in all of these solutions, they are talking about massive transformations of every sector of society. We do not have the workforce to do the work. So I was giving a climate change talk to a 7th grade many years ago, and it was a classic climate change talk. I was asked by the teacher to come in. I was a former teacher, awesome. I taught middle school. I loved it. I actually wish I was still a middle school teacher. It's so much more fun. But his question was, so I think I get climate change, but are all the jobs going to change? And if you think about that for a second, you're talking to a 7th grader. They are 6 years away from graduating high school. Most of the jobs in climate solutions require a high school degree, 1-year technical certification at a community college, or an associate degree. That's the vast majority of the jobs. And they're incredibly well paying. Way better than probably most of us actually ever received, right? A line person working on electrical grids in LA, starting salary $169,000, starting. Hazard pay, overtime, you own a truck and you go to another state, you make more. I haven't hit that yet, and that's starting salary. So I'm just giving you a sense but go back to that 7th grader. We have not done a successful job of signaling where is the new work. And my answer to him, I said, look, first of all, it's a great question. I love that question. It's the best question I've ever been asked. And you're doing some good job, but I mean, that question was the best one I've ever gotten. And what I said was, look, some jobs are going to go away, some jobs are going to change, and some jobs are going to emerge. We now have heat officers in government, state and county governments. That's a brand new job. It never existed before. Climate resilience officer, brand new job. But you know, electricians are being asked to do very different things than they used to do. And then there's some jobs that just, you know, if you're an auto mechanic working on internal combustion cars, unless you can figure out how to deal with that kind of car outside the hallway and not die because those batteries will kill you if you don't know what you're doing, then you won't have a job. You'll have to go get something else. So, but I think if we don't connect climate literacy and the wave of work to actually build the capacity to actually take on these massive plans that we have just begun, you know, we're gonna miss the moment.
Yeah, absolutely. And oftentimes when the phrase workforce is used, it's thought about how do we have enough people to do the jobs, but you're talking also about people realizing that they need to be literate in this to survive and thrive in this evolving economy. You know, you mentioned that you're a middle school teacher, or you were a middle school teacher. I'm curious your path. How did you go from being a middle school teacher to doing this work?
My path. So I get this question. I don't know why I get this question, but it's a good question. I like it. I think anyone in this room who's had a zigzaggy career path, and I'm not going to do hands because I can't really see because these are really bright, but a lot of us zigzagged, right? We didn't exactly get where we were because we came to it as a goal. There are some people that do that. They're very rare. So when I look backward, it all made sense. But I started off as a fine artist. Then I moved to a human ecologist. Then I went into education. Then I got invited by NASA to go do a lot of education programs internationally. And I said, but the thing that always was true, somebody would offer a door to me, and I'd say, yeah, sure. I mean, I said yes a lot. And then I'd be like, so when Noah said, will you make nation climate literate? I was the guy that said yes. That was a crazy question, and I said yes. So, I mean, I think there's just a whole lot of yes that I've done, but, you know, to go to be a State Department Action for Climate Empowerment national focal point, yeah, sure, that's important, on top of my job. So, like, I have 6 current jobs. I have 6 titles that are all associated with me. That's crazy, but that's because I say yes a lot. I now run a Justice 40 program on climate resilience workforce called Climate Ready Workforce. And it's an amazing opportunity. But again, you know, Secretary of Commerce said, will you do it? And I said, yes. So, I mean, how I got to be me is I just said yes a lot. And then I was good at doing what they said, could you do?
Right. Well, I want to ask just, you know, I think we talked a little bit about this. How do you actually make sure that the findings of the guide are taken up? And you talked about that, but I want to just focus on, you know, you're talking about school districts, you're talking about cities and towns, just, you know, often strapped for funding.
Yep.
Put all that together, how are you actually going to make that happen?
Well, so I mean, I think the key thing is if you're doing systems change, you have to know the system, right? And so when we're talking about zoos, super easy. They have professional societies, you know, AZA, Aztec, which is actually ASTC now. So you work the networks that support those. So every state has a chief science advisor, supervisor. They have a council. I'm a member of that council, and I sit down with them and I talk across all the states on how we're going to move science education related to climate. We have a meeting next week. So you just start figuring out what are the structures. If you're going to do systemic work, work the systems. And so that's how you do it. Do something that will move, that's first, and then work the systems. And so it's, at the end of the day, it's all about relationships. So I've built relationships with, you know, whether it's universities, education systems, networks of supervisors, or networks of principals, or networks of administrators, or networks of, you know, keep on going. But you work the systems. And the one other thing that I think is important in one of my hats is to represent the US government to the international community under the United Nations Framework Convention on Climate Change, the thing that leads to the Paris Agreement and the Conference of Parties, COP process. There's an international education priority on climate as part of how you meet the Paris Agreement. It's Article 12. I represent, sorry, I forgot I have a microphone. I represent the US government in that, but so the key principle there, though, is collaborate. So the United States sits on a wealth of capabilities. It is incredibly complicated, but we have immense wealth to build climate literacy. Other countries do not. So when we built the Climate Literacy Guide, when it released in 2009, no other government in the world had made something like this. It moved around the world. So, and sometimes it just moves because somebody goes, that's really useful, and it moves. We're going to make that move faster, but we built this to move internationally. And so I go to Colombia to talk with climate. The UN is establishing a climate education fund. There's a private meeting at Columbia University tomorrow. I'll be there, and we'll be talking about the things that move and support funding, and this is one of those things. So, you know, it's about a lot of relationship building. So, you know, but that's the deal.
So we have 2 minutes left, and I want to just ask, really important part of storytelling and communication is stories, and I wonder if you have an example of a place where you've really seen, you know, the climate literacy program take off and have real concrete effects.
Sure. I mean, my favorite one, it's a New York story. So there's a small nature center, science center up in the Adirondacks called the Wild Center. They, over time, came to see climate as an important part of their mission. If you ever get a chance to go up to Tupper Lake and go to the Wild Center, it's worth your time. But they've recreated what a natural history and science center would be, built on climate. And so this early work of what would we work with? Climate literacy. But the evolution of that, the programs, the partnerships, the impacts that they've gotten out of that program, they've created something called a Youth Climate Summit program. It's moving all over the world. It's an incredibly brilliant program. They're expanding right now. They're hiring a couple more people as we speak because they're doing incredibly important work. But a small museum in the Adirondack Park in New York on this continent is doing some of the most pivotal work on this. It's because they stepped forward and now they're catalyzed. It's a different museum. Their mission has changed. Their staff have changed. Their impact has grown international. So that's what kind of happens with climate literacy. And one of my favorite stories there was they had this program and they had these youth come from all over the state, and they said, you know, how would you build climate action in your community? They went back to Homer, New York. They said to their mayor, we would like this to happen in Homer, and he said, how about you two high school juniors lead the Homer Climate Smart Communities Task Force, high school students. We never thought that high school students would be, because of education, leading climate action in their community. Turns out in rural communities, that's really important because they might get more capacity than anybody else in the community faster. And it was a brilliant move for the mayor, but they said yes. And that's, I think, a lot of the story there.
Well, that's a great story to end on. Really interesting report or guide. I hope that others will look at it. I feel like when you have at the end of, I don't know, late night, where they check out the guide, except it's a climate literacy guide, but I really do hope that you all will check it out. Thank you. Thank you, Frank, for the conversation.
Thank you all.
We're here today at Climate Week New York City at the Nest Summit, and I'm so pleased to be joined today with Jada Doyen McKenna, the Chief Executive Officer at Mercy Corps. Thank you so much again for being here.
Thank you for having me.
And I would want to know more about the work that you do at Mercy Corps.
Yes, Mercy Corps, we work in communities affected by climate, conflict, and poverty. We are a team of humanitarians, so we do emergency relief work, humanitarian work, as well as kind of longer-term development work in over 40 countries around the world, like Africa, Middle East, Latin America. And our primary areas are food, water, economic opportunities, and peace and conflict avoidance.
Absolutely.
But climate, we're working in the most climate affected countries, so climate is really at the heart of everything we're doing to helping communities adapt, cope, and thrive with the changes.
Yeah. And you know, we've been seeing a lot of influx of climate disasters hitting global south countries. I mean, we recently talked about Libya. Around 3,000 plus lives were lost, and also thousands of people are also considered lost. How do we really bridge the gap between international organizations that are working to end poverty, but making the connection towards climate? Because I think there's sometimes a bit of a disconnect with other organizations and issues to really relate to the general audience that climate is affecting migration.
That's exactly right. And it's all intertwined, right? Climate, poverty, conflict, all those things, because the people that are affected the most by climate change, the most negatively, are the people that did the least to contribute to it.
Yeah.
And if you think about how that hits poor people in terms of where they live in substandard housing, or maybe areas that are more prone to it, then they don't have the means to cope with it, and it just drives them deeper and deeper into poverty. And then in situations where you have countries, lower income countries or governments that are just unable to really help people through climate, the conditions for conflict become rife, because then like bad actors can come in as the saviors.
Yeah.
So, and you're competing for resources. So if you're not taking climate into the work, we're all about building resilient communities.
Yeah.
And that climate is in the center of that right now.
Absolutely. And I think, one of the things that you said about building peace and also working with different organizations, being a global organization, what is a unique and specific approach to the climate crisis when building out these programs with communities and those who are entering those communities?
Yeah, so we look at everything, we call it our resilience framework. So there are 3 key elements to that. One is providing sustainable energy sources for people, because energy and poverty are so intertwined. But the second is what we call anticipatory action. So for instance, like you can see where some crops are having difficulty growing because of climate, or if you see certain areas are just getting more and more hit by certain storms, like anticipating that and helping people to adapt or figure out what to do. And the third is just that ability to rapidly respond when a climate disaster hits, and to kind of help people through it.
Absolutely, and there's been a lot of studies that have shown that many people around the world are not prepared for a climate disaster due to poor infrastructure or access to resources. And as we've been witnessing more of these climate-related events, I think there's been a general consensus with different parties to promote multilateralism, which is working with these different governments, private sectors, and other leaders. So how do you think we should all come together to really talk about this issue, to really push more systemic policies? Because often at times nonprofit organizations are often the ones bearing the biggest brunt of these resources.
I think the climate conversation, a lot of the bigger climate conversation has really focused a lot around mitigation and science, and like really high-minded commitments around carbon and other things. But at the base of it, the people affected day by day, it's about people, and the adaptation side is so important in helping communities to adapt, to know what's happening because of climate, to know that this is going to be recurring. And a lot of the resources that governments and private sector have put in have been around kind of cool science and mitigation, and we really need a lot more towards the adaptation and just helping communities, especially those who are the most vulnerable, be able to survive and even thrive in these conditions, because this is the new normal.
Yeah, and we've seen recent developments with that COP28, how climate adaptation is on the increase, to be able to pressure global north governments to really expend more money into investing to global south technologies, or also community-led initiatives that are being on there. And some exciting news that I've been learning recently about is that Mercy Corps is reaching a new climate campaign. Can you please talk about this exciting campaign that's being launched?
So we are launching a climate campaign committed to raise $250 million over the next few years with partners, with governments, with donors, with private companies, specifically focused on adaptation and helping to build resilient communities in the face of climate change. And the work that we are encouraging people to get behind are the 3 things I mentioned earlier: the sustainable energy access, the anticipatory actions, like really weaving climate into everything that you do to make sure that you're promoting sustainable development that takes into account people's changing environments, and that rapid response that is just like we see in Libya, Morocco. Like, it's so necessary, and it's just really tough for people sometimes to anticipate that and to know how to support people in those times.
Well, congratulations on the new
you.
initiative. And how can the general citizen contribute to helping Mercy Corps?
Well, obviously, like, climate is at the center of what we do. So if they want to learn more or to give, it's www.mercycorps. That's MERCYCORPS.org. Also, if you're with a company or have others, like, ask them how they're responding to help people adapt. Like, pay attention to the forgotten crises. Look on our websites to see where, like, people think the Horn of Africa and the drought they have there, the earthquake that hit Turkey, like, northern Syria was very much affected by that. So really encourage people to make sure that we focus on things that aren't on the front page of the news all the time. Because this shouldn't become normal. I worry sometimes that people become immune to the suffering because they see so much and
so
it
much
just
doom and
passes
gloom
by.
being perpetuated,
But there are opportunities still for people to thrive. For people should be able to survive these things, and they should be able to adapt to thrive, and that's what we're committed to doing.
Yeah, and I think the average citizen can commit to themselves to, yes, reading about those news, but also finding solutions, demanding those solutions, but also working together with organizations like Mercy Corps that is leading those fights. So thank you so much again for being here.
No, thank you for having me, and thank you for all the work that you guys do, and thank you to all for what you do in your individual lives to make the planet a better place.
So I have the great pleasure to have with me today Ben Patel. He's the Chief Innovation and Science Officer at WestRock. And I think we're going to learn a little bit about what WestRock is doing for the climate, for environment and sustainability. You're a packaging company, and I understand that you have a very interesting technology and innovation approach to what you're doing that perhaps sets you apart from others in the industry. Tell us a little bit about that.
Sure. Well, first of all, thank you for having me. I'm happy to be here today representing WestRock. So again, WestRock is a global leader in paper and packaging. Our approach to innovation starts and ends with sustainable forestry, right? So when you think about what paper products are and what packaging is and where it could go, for us it all begins with forestry and sustainable forestry because that's our raw material. So trees are made up primarily of cellulosic fiber, and it's that fiber that we are seeking as a raw input that we ultimately turn into paper, and then ultimately is turned into all forms of packaging. So when you think about packaging in all its forms, whether it's consumer packaging, all the products you see on your shelf in the various stores you shop in, whether it's food and beverage or other consumer applications, whether it's all the packaging used to move products around in shipping today with e-commerce, all of those products today all begin with a sustainable approach to forestry. And WestRock loves to work with accredited partners to make sure that our raw material is protected in the future. And for every tree that needs to be harvested, multiple trees are reforested so that in the end, we are driving a sustainable outcome with all of our products.
Right. And just so the viewers know, you're a big player in the paper packaging business, right? You're not a startup, right? Tell us just what is your market presence? It's US, but also elsewhere, I think.
Primarily US based. I think we're just north of 21 billion in sales. A large footprint here in the US, a smaller footprint in Europe, and a modest footprint in South America, Mexico, and Brazil, and a little bit in Asia.
So when you think about all the changes that we're looking at, and we're looking to see in the packaging to transition to more sustainable options, what is WestRock focusing on, and what sort of changes are you looking to drive? Is it the material itself that you alluded to before in terms of sustainable forestry, or is there something also in the way that you do it? Yeah.
Sure. So again, I think what differentiates WestRock, if you think about from a core capability standpoint, our innovation approach is really founded on 4 pillars. So material science, which is all the fiber stuff related to sustainable forestry. Design, obviously, as packages require unique design. Digital capability is more important today than it ever was in the past. And then ultimately automation, a lot of the equipment that takes a lot of this paper product and takes it from a 2D to a 3D form factor as you form packaging. So we have innovation on all 4 fronts, and it's the combination of these different capabilities that come together that I think differentiates WestRock.
Right. I'm a ferocious recycler, right? So I literally, if I have a product in front of me that's a mixture of plastic and paper, maybe a letter that I received from my tax advisor, they're always the most chilling things that you can ever get. There's always like a little plastic window in the middle, so I kind of cut round the edges and put the plastic in one place and then put the paper in the other one. Yeah?
Good for you.
But I know a lot of people sometimes find it, yes, the way the product is produced very important, because there are some where you get the mixture of the plastic and the paper, which can make it difficult to bring it back, you know. This is part of design, isn't it?
Absolutely. Well, it's part of material science as well. So if you think about a big area of focus for us today, one of our missions is to displace single-use plastics with fiber-based paper products.
Right.
So that requires us to become deep experts in various types of barrier coatings. Because a lot of the plastic that's used today in packaging is providing a barrier, whether it's against oxygen, moisture, oil and grease. So how do you take a fiber-based paper substrate and provide those same outcomes from a packaging solution? That requires you to put down some form of barrier coating. So today, some of those barriers are plastic-based, but it's about using a lower level of plastic so that that same product can go back into the recycle stream. And that's very important for us today to be able to combine recycled fiber with virgin fiber, again, produce sustainable outcomes. But where we're going is to find what I call bio-inspired coatings. The coatings themselves come from renewable sources that are truly coming from nature, laid on top of these natural fibers. And so now that first product is truly sustainable, and then through a combination of very efficient recycling, as you spoke about, now you can have a second and third and fourth life of that fiber. And that's the circular economy that we're all moving towards.
You know, that's really fascinating because we were just chatting earlier with some people about the fact that some people, you know, criticize some of the things that people are trying to do in terms of sustainability because they don't understand that we live in an imperfect world and that we might be aiming for perfection, but it sometimes takes us a while on that journey to get to the final, you know, outcome. So I think that's really interesting what you say, researching, finding new materials from nature that could be those barriers, and then we wouldn't need plastics at all, which is really cool. I've got a third question here, Ben, which maybe we might have even answered it, is what are some new packaging innovations from WestRock that excite you, and what kind of innovations do you look forward to seeing in the next 2 or 5 years?
So we have a whole portfolio of activities going on from an R&D standpoint. If we step back from those individual projects and we talk about big themes in the industry, you know, for instance, lightweighting. Right. So one thing that can have an impact on all forms of packaging, whether the consumer packaging or corrugated boxes, is how do you produce the same strength in the package at lower basis weight of the material? Right. So how do I produce a box for you that is effectively lighter, but still provides all the protection that the box provides? So that's a big theme in the industry, and so lots of research going on today to how do you essentially lightweight a product at scale so that you can still manufacture economically, but in the end produce a product that's lighter weight for whatever packaging outcome it's being used for. That's a big theme. We spoke about the barrier coatings, right? So how do we change materials? How do you take boxes that, you know, from a food and beverage space, for instance, people like to move protein and produce around in large corrugated boxes. Well, water is your enemy. Right? Because it weakens that box. So how do you take material science and change the properties at the fiber level in order to repel water? So that that box now can stay strong and sturdy throughout its journey, moving from production to consumer.
Interesting.
So lots of different approaches to attacking the problem, but at the end of the day, it's all about that circularity. Right? How do you produce a sustainable product to begin with, which starts from that sustainable forestry that we spoke about a few minutes ago? How do you produce at scale products that can have a competitive approach to displacing single-use plastic? So now you've produced your product in the market. And then how do you get that recycle and that circularity for that product to be able to come back and re-enter the second and third life of that fiber so that you can have a complete recycle and circular product going forward?
It reminds me a little bit of, I was talking to some Scandinavian recycling companies about a year ago, and they had with them a jacket that was made from recycled PET plastic. And they said, this is the worst product in the world. I went, why? Because it says on the back, this has been made from 3 PET bottles or something. They said, because we don't want people to divert the PET bottles to other things out there. They need to all come back to us so that we can reuse them. And is there a lot of loss in the paper world? Is there a lot of loss of paper in the recycling system that could come to you but gets lost somewhere in the system?
Well, I wouldn't call it loss, but I mean, what's the other outcome for a package? If somebody throws it away, it ends up in a landfill. So again, that's not the best outcome because we want that fiber back. Right? That's our raw material. But if that package is going to end up in a landfill, you want it to be completely compostable. So back to if you're going to put a coating on top of that fiber-based substrate, you want that coating to be bio-inspired. So now it can biodegrade and re-enter the soil as a compostable product. So there are different approaches. I mean, our preference is that fiber comes back through the system. Because again, what you want is a mix between virgin and recycled fiber when you're making the best outcome in terms of developing the product. So we're looking at all of these fronts from a research and development standpoint.
So everybody should still continue to recycle, be responsible consumers, and bring these fibers back into the system. Yeah?
Very well said.
Okay, good.
Thank you very much.
Thank you very much indeed, Ben. Very nice to meet you.
Nice to meet you.
Best of luck.
Thank you so much again for being here, Dr. Dana R. Fisher, Director and Center for Environment, Community, and Equity, and Professor of School of International Service at American University. How's your day going, and how's your Climate Week going?
Climate Week has been crazy busy, but I'm having all of these amazing conversations with people. I'm meeting new people like you, so that's wonderful, and I'm so excited to be here with We Don't Have Time today.
Absolutely. So this past weekend, you were just with climate activists in New York. There was a huge march to end fossil fuels. What is happening here at Climate Week based on your perspective of just arriving?
Well, so I mean, what's really interesting about Climate Week is it's this opportunity for citizens, including young people, to express their voices while the leaders of, of the world are meeting to have a conversation about what they're going to do about climate change. And what the point of the march on Sunday was specifically for people to come out and basically let leaders know that the world is watching. There has been this real reticence to respond to and address the fossil fuels in the room, the elephant in the room, which is the fossil fuel industry, fossil fuel interests, which have been really lurking and leading to a lot of the climate crisis that we're experiencing right now. And the activists came out in mass. There were 75,000 people in the streets on Sunday.
A lot of people. I was very surprised on that.
Right, and so I mean, to be honest, I think that in some ways, watching the people who are out in the streets is part of the, it's the best part of Climate Week for me, and that's partially because I'm so interested in people power and how people power is pushing for change. But at the same time, Climate Week is all about these groups of people who are working on various aspects of the climate crisis and how to address it and create meaningful solutions, coming together and getting to talk to one another and brainstorm and meet in person, which we don't get to do so often. So putting faces to the Zoom screen, which is wonderful as well.
And it was a very intergenerational space. I mean, you sometimes think it's only youth, but actually I saw parents, I saw grandparents, I saw kids. I mean, this is what climate movement is about building those intergenerational movements. And as we see here at Climate Week, right, we saw the United Nations is happening. We're seeing different parties like business sectors, nonprofit, foundations are coming together to host these events. And the research about climate activism is a bit unique, and I think you've really talked about this and researched about that. What is the most effective type of activism? Because as a young person, I get asked that a lot, and I say, well, my type of activism may not be the same as someone else's, but for example, we've seen the throwing at paint or tomato soup at paintings. Is that effective on your end, and what do you think about that?
Well, let me just go back and say, first of all, it's absolutely true that we saw a really intergenerational crowd out in the streets on Sunday. The average age was 38, which is not that young, but not that old, and it's because we see this real distribution of people from all walks of life and from all ages coming together because they all care about climate change and the climate crisis. I mean, the other thing that I'll just say, and this leads into this question about success of activism and the effectiveness of activism, is one of the things we asked of the people who were in the streets is we asked them about the emotions that they're feeling around the climate crisis. Because there's been some research that talks about how people are starting to feel anxiety, despair, et cetera, and so forth. So we wanted to see what the people who are actually doing something about climate change in terms of mobilizing for a protest were feeling. 75% of them said that they were feeling anger. And the other thing that many of the people, the majority of the people in the crowd were saying is that they feel sad, whereas there's only about a third of them who are feeling hopeful. And so one of the things that we want to think about is how this anger is turning into action. And that's where you end up with activists who are taking action and getting more disruptive. For example, throwing soup on glass paintings that cover priceless works of art. But we see a whole bunch of these kind of innovative tactics is what we call them in my world and in the social sciences. But the innovative tactics are being designed specifically to get attention. And so I keep getting asked, and I do all of these media events where I'm asked, well, is it really effective if you're going to throw paint or you're going to glue yourself to something? We just had these people who were yelling and interrupting the U.S. Open. And one of them actually, he crazy glued the bottom of his foot, so he glued himself to the actual stands, which sounds really painful to me. And I actually was on TMZ Live right after that, and they asked me, they said, well, is this an effective way of, of solving the climate crisis? And the answer is, in a way it is, because nobody ever asked me to be on TMZ Live before to talk about this, you know? So the reason that these activists are becoming more and more confrontational is because they're trying to get media attention, and the media attention helps to then get more people in the general public to understand the climate crisis and to start to think about it. Now, the research tells us that those individual activists are not going to be very popular, just like the activists who were engaging in confrontational activism during the civil rights movement were not popular, but it helps to draw more attention and support for the movement and the cause. So we know that more and more people start to say, well, I care about climate change and something should be done about it. I'm not supporting people destroying art, for example, but I am supporting people taking action, and it helps to bring out what we call these sympathizers who are concerned about the climate crisis, and it's been very effective. So, I mean, my personal philosophy and my research tells us that we need an all-hands-on-deck type of way of responding to the climate crisis in terms of activism. So we need people who are working to lobby and work in the electoral arena, working towards getting, you know, climate champions elected to office, but we also need people who are going to get more media attention and keep drawing attention away from, you know, greenwashing, because we see a lot of it here in New York today, right? I mean, if you go, anybody who's on the subway this week, there's all these signs about all these companies that are investing this itsy bitsy amount in
like
trying
net zero, clean energy.
Exactly, net zero for, you know, 0.1% of all of the stuff that we're doing, and look at us. So the deal is that we need to also be paying attention to the crisis itself, and so these activists are helping to do that. So it's very important, but it's part of this broad distribution of ways that we're going to address the climate crisis for sure.
Yeah, and I think activism, like you were mentioning, exists on the spectrum. There's different forms that will always coexist, and there's multiple truths and multiple solutions. There's no one such perfect answer that you can tell one person of like, this is how it needs to be done, because we all live in a different world and different experiences of how we navigate that.
Right. I mean, one of the things I talk about in my new book, which is coming out in early 2024, the book is called Saving Ourselves from Climate Shocks to Climate Action. And the end of the book talks about what we individually can do to save ourselves from the climate crisis, basically. And one of the main findings there is I talk about the ways that we need to invest in resilience. And when we talk about resilience, it's not just environmental resilience, which obviously is really important as we see more climate shocks, we see more heat waves, we see more droughts, we see more floods, we see more extreme weather. But in addition to that, we also need to be investing more in social resilience in our communities and building a strong infrastructure to connect people together. And that's something that activists are extremely capable of doing and are positioned well within their communities to start to connect people, be they, you know, intergenerational groups of people who care about climate and who actually live and breathe and work in their communities. So that's part of what we need to do to save ourselves.
Yeah, and I think there's always this doom and gloom that is being perpetuated on media. I think it was found that in media in general, less than a certain percentage is reported on climate solutions. So it's very focused on problem identification, and as a young person that reads a lot about climate, a lot of my community is usually asking, okay, I now know how to talk about greenhouse gas emissions. I now know how to talk about certain issues that are happening, but I don't know what the solutions are. And I think your book is really illustrating that there is both problem identifications and solutions-based oriented thinking that needs to be shifted to the collective consciousness.
Right, I mean, I think that what we really need to do is embed the solutions thinking in the science. So we're building from the science, but we also then need to get back to people and where they are and where they live and where they're personally experiencing the climate crisis, which is in communities that are feeling these climate shocks, that are trying to figure out how to make sure everybody can continue on their days without, you know, dehydration and, you know, extreme heat, et cetera, and so forth. So that's really part of what this has to be about. And I think, you know, unfortunately, this kind of community resilience is not particularly sexy. It's not as sexy as if you can go to net zero tomorrow, right, with your electric buses. And that's important too. But I think that for everyday people, and certainly for activists and young people who's trying to figure out what to do with their communities, that's absolutely where we need to be focusing our attention. And so I'm hoping my book will help to generate more interest and get people excited about recognizing that you don't have to be throwing food on a painting. In fact, I don't necessarily suggest that that's where people should be paying attention, but if you feel like you need to do something shocking to get attention for the climate crisis, absolutely do it, as long as you do it in a peaceful way and don't harm people.
Painting instead of a canvas.
painting, right, exactly. But I mean, but in addition to that, working with your community and doing stuff and really building something that will help us to get to the other side of the climate crisis.
Absolutely, and this is something that I'm so excited to work with you on to promote your book now, because that's something my audience is always looking for. And thank you so much again for being here. How can people pre-order your book?
So pre-orders will be open by COP28. Unfortunately, they're not open just yet, but we will be. Yeah, it will be very soon, and I will be sharing it. We just are finalizing the cover should go live in the next 3 days. So by the end of Climate Week, and then we will have a bit availability for pre-ordering right there after that. So stay tuned, please.
Yeah, thank you so much again for being here.
Thank you.
Thank you.
All right, so I'm absolutely delighted to have with me here today Fabrizio Di Micheli, who is the Consul General of Italy in New York. Welcome to the show.
Thank you, Nick. It's a pleasure.
We're very close, the viewers maybe can't see it, but we're very close to your exhibition space here at the Nest Climate Campus here in New York. And the title is Sustainable Italy. Tell us a little bit about what is the concept here and what is the message you're trying to deliver?
Thank you, Nick. Actually, when I came to discover that Nest Climate Campus was last year, and I realized how huge here is the potential, and this platform has been growing, it's quite young. And I thought that this is not only about advocacy, of course, it's about networking, it's about exchanging best practices and putting people together from different backgrounds with this sensitivity and commitment towards, fighting climate change. So my first feeling was we should tell more about some Italian stories about sustainability, because there is indeed a lack of knowledge, notably in the United States, much less so in Europe, about what Italy has already achieved in the past and the commitments taken. I'm not talking here about the government, which is of course by definition committed within the European Union to the Paris Agreement objectives. I'm talking about the very society and above all the economic system. So what you have here, it's a demonstration. Of course, we have picked up some companies and associations, but we're also telling through some specific panels some stories of our records in terms of sustainability. Very few people know, more people know that Italy is the second industrial power in Europe, right? One of the biggest exporter all over the world of machinery, probably the fourth. Less people know that in terms of sustainability, our industrial system is far more advanced than many others. And I can give you some numbers in terms of industrial as well as urban recycling of the waste. I'm talking about recycling industrial and urban waste. Italy is the very first in Europe with 83% plus of percentage, whereas the average in Europe is 50%. So we are really we have one of the highest rates in the world, and this applies also to energy efficiency.
Right.
Our company is the most energy efficient in Europe in terms of utilization of raw materials, waters, but also in terms of GHG emissions. I know it's funny, but it's important to stress why we are so advanced. This process started long before the world started to talk about sustainability. It's very much about limited raw materials and raw resources. It's very much about a model, economic model based on small and medium and sometimes micro enterprises, which in order to survive and prosper need to learn to minimize cost. So in a way, we became sustainable not out of sensitivity for the issue of environment. This was long ago. We started to become out of economic considerations, and this still applies to many companies. Still today, we have 54 maybe percent of our Italian companies, big, small, or medium, which invest regularly in green technology. And we are the second biggest exporter of green products and technology all over the world. according to an Oxford University study. So all of this is, if you want, one of the objectives as a representative of the institution, the Italian institutions. We wanted to show this, to showcase also, through also companies and industrial associations. But then the second, let's say, broader objective is to take advantage of this huge event to promote better connections between our companies present here, be those in the Climate Collective, or even more those which will give seminars and workshops throughout these 3 days, so that they can reach out to other companies, other institutions, non-profits. And this is, I think, the added value of this incredible platform.
So I think it's a very good idea, because I think many people, whether they be Italians or whether they be visitors here to this event here in New York at the Nest, don't really know what countries and companies are really up to. I think they hear something or they see something, but they don't really know. And I think it's important that we keep telling the stories of, for example, here, what Italy is doing in terms of sustainability. The lovely way you characterized it, that it was born out of scarce natural resources, presumably oil as well, and things like that. And so one had to be really smart about the way one used those resources, and by, in a sense, default, left the next generation with an opportunity to be a much more energy efficient and resource efficient economy. And I think these stories are good stories to tell, because some people are very distressed about climate change, particularly the younger generation. Some people think there's really no chance that we can deal with this. And to actually showcase that actually people are doing things, countries are acting, that their businesses are acting and moving forward, gives people at least a glimmer of a chance that we can actually deal with this potential catastrophe. So I think it's a very good story to tell. And I think you're absolutely right that when you look at some of the countries around the world that have been historically resource constrained, they are some of the more interesting countries, right? Yeah, right now, exactly. In this moment in time, when resources and the careful use of resources is even more important than it's ever been in our history. Indeed. I also just wanted to say that, and we were chatting just before, that I think it's hats off to Italy, that you're embedding these concepts in the next generation with, possibly one of the most ambitious education programs, integrating climate and environmental and ecological issues within the school curriculum. And I think that's very, very laudable, so congratulations. Are there Italian companies coming here today that will be part of?
Yeah. We'll have today giving talks, seminars, a very small beauty products company, which is 100% sustainable. Funny is that I get to know it through Cornell, because they gave this a prize to this company. Right. That's the way we learn about it. Because we have kind of tens of thousands of small companies in Italy with high technological level. And we are also a tradition of organic farming, and this has been applied also now to beauty products. So we'll have this presentation, which is exactly aimed at explaining, as would be the very CEO doing it, how even a small company can have a profound impact on the issue of climate change in terms of best practices and models. Then this afternoon we'll have a Salone del Mobile. Salone del Mobile is the most important event for furniture and design all over the world. Takes place every year in Milan, and it's interesting because they are showing what they've done a couple of years ago when their salon was devoted to sustainability. They are showing how even a big event like this can be very sustainable. Maybe not 100%, but almost. And there is also a long tradition, again, in terms of use and recycling of woods, which sees Italy really probably as the leader in terms of recycling and limiting waste of wood as well. Tomorrow we'll have other companies
Any food companies? Because I think people associate Italy with fantastic food, but I think there's also a lot of sustainability in the food production system, organic as well, and the slow food movement, and so many. I think you had the Expo a few years ago, which was really showcasing sustainability in food. So I think
we do have a stand here in our space, the Climate Collective, where the Coldiretti and Filiera Italia, which are the two associations putting together all the farmers of Italy and most of the companies of agro-industry companies, transformational of farming products. They work together and they are showcasing here their commitment, but also their achievements in this regard. And as I was saying before, I think over 16% of our farming is organic, and this is again, and we are leaders in Europe on that. And this is again something connected to the tradition. It started again, not necessarily with a awareness for climate change, not at all, because you're talking about a rural tradition, which is now with the awareness and technological and competencies, and also regarding the materials and products to be used in farming, is combined with probably one of the most advanced system to reduce again the impact. So again, we are very sustainable. We were very sustainable without knowing it.
Yes. And now it's becoming embedded in the consciousness.
We must be aware, because there is a huge potential for improvement, of course.
Huge potential, and like every country in the world, Italy is vulnerable to climate change. The river Po running dry again, and
these past 2 years we saw lots of catastrophes. Now it's so visible.
Consul General, thank you very much indeed for your time from Italy. Fabrizio, very nice indeed what you were describing, and congratulations. I think it's a very good idea to bring what your country is doing into an occasion like this, and also obviously at other venues too around the world. People need to know the stories that there is action taking place.
Absolutely. Thank you, Nick. It was a pleasure.
Bye. Okay, I'm absolutely delighted to have with me Amanda Victoria. She's the CEO and the founder, and I'm going to look very closely at this to make sure I get it right. Sipony. Yep. Okay, Sipony Spritz.
Sipony Spritz Company.
It sounds like a dancer or something, doesn't it? Or like a famous Hollywood actress.
Yeah, I love that.
Sipony Spritz. Okay.
Yes.
So tell us a little bit about it. You've made this sustainable drink. It's a whiskey-based drink. What made you want to start a company like this?
Yeah, so I'm Amanda Victoria. I've been in the world of wine and spirits for 2 decades now, if you can believe it. And I found that as a climate activist in my personal life, that the world of wine and spirits is just not doing enough. So starting this product was very much for me to redirect funds from the very lucrative world of wine and spirits back to our planet in crisis.
Okay. How would you make a drink sustainable? What is the definition here of sustainability?
I look at it as twofold. So I look at it, of course, in our supply chain and the manufacturing process. But I also look at it in the give back elements of what we're doing beyond what's inside of the can. So inside of the can, we're using all these real, actual ingredients, nothing synthetic, nothing artificial, nothing processed, not even processed sugar. We're using actual, real wildflower honey, a beautiful 4-year-old aged rye whiskey, which brings this pungent flavor. It's the backbone of flavor, and we were actually the first to put a spirit inside of a can, an aged spirit inside of a can. And people thought I was crazy for doing that. And then outside of the can, we are the first B Corp certified cocktail company. And for those who are familiar with B Corp and B Lab, the certification process is very tedious. It took us about 2 years to obtain. They audit your business from start to finish, inside and out. And that to us helps us give that third-party endorsement of what we're doing beyond the can and how we give 2% of our profits back to our nonprofit partners all over the country and even around the world at this point. We like to focus on people that are working with the pollinators and the bees as a big part of the honey story of the cocktail. That's our little way of giving back. The world of spirits needs to go a lot further.
Yeah. Where you mentioned there's a place where the whiskey's coming from and the honey's coming from quite close by. Where is that?
So you are here not too far away from where Sippeney was created. Sippeney was created in 2019 when New York City arguably needed a cocktail the most. We launched June 2020. And all of the products, the ingredients inside of it are coming from New York State. So we have this beautiful New York State rye whiskey, as well as that wildflower honey. It's a whiskey spritz in a can, and it is the official canned cocktail of New York City.
Right. It's very interesting, this whole area of spirits and cocktails and drinks. I read something the other day that where they were doing the carbon footprint of some of them. And some of the, I think rum was the highest. I think maybe it's because of the transport chain from the Caribbean or something like that. I don't really know. And then wine was actually relatively quite high, which is surprising to me.
Unfortunately, because of the glass. The weight of glass really impacts that a lot, and that was a big choice for why we went with aluminum, to bring that weight down in transport as much as we can. But it is, you'll see a lot of wine products specifically coming out in different formats, and I would encourage you, if you're a wine lover like myself, to try those different formats. It's okay. They're usually a lot better for the environment. Canned wine, canned cocktails, of course, but to be adventurous and not too old school.
Okay, good. And your product specifically, you sell it online, I think?
Yes, so this product was basically designed with Whole Foods customers in mind. So we are in Whole Foods now, nearly nationwide, all over California, Illinois, specifically Arizona, New Jersey, etc.
Oh wow, that's really impressive.
And at Sipponey.com, SIPONEY, we deliver nearly nationwide as well, straight to your doorstep.
Great.
With, as best as we can.
Good, super, Amanda. Thank you very much indeed for being
so
with
much,
us.
Nick,
and
so much.
Yeah, it sounds interesting. I must try it.
Yes. Cheers.
Cheers. All right, so I'm really delighted to have with me Sir David King of the Climate Crisis Advisory Group and the former Chief Scientist to the UK government and also one of the leaders of the negotiations for the Paris Climate Agreement of 2015 with the UK government. So a great pleasure to see you. Tell me a little bit, and tell the audience more importantly, the Climate Crisis Advisory Group, what is this about?
So the Climate Crisis Advisory Group is 16 individuals from 11 different countries, each of them a recognized global leader on climate change and in particular climate science. And what we're able to do is produce reports in a very agile way. So 2021, very famously, we produced a report at the end of July on the extreme weather events occurring in July, August that year. So we were the first to not only put out a report, but also to explain the origins of these extreme weather events. So we give a scientific analysis. And our outreach is incredibly large. Largely because of the breadth of membership of the group. So we get a lot of coverage in Brazil, in the United States, in South Africa and so on, because we've got members of the group from these countries.
How would you say that you differ from the Intergovernmental Panel on Climate Change? Because I mean, the genesis of that, of course, 1988, back room around the back of conference room 1, I think, is at UNEP in Nairobi, put together by the UNEP head and the World Meteorological Organization. The vision of that was that if you had impartiality in a sense because you got people from all nations.
Yes.
But what you also described is something that they don't have, which is agility.
Yes.
So how do you work out the balance between those two things?
So the first thing to say is that at least half of our members are current authors of IPCC reports. So we're not in conflict with the IPCC at all. We exist because of our agility, and of course our agility is determined by the fact that we're not reporting to a big political organization, the UNFCCC.
Yes.
So we don't have to get an acknowledgement from every country in the world. It takes 6 years for a report to come out from IPCC, and often these reports are then way out of date. So we act in that very agile fashion, but of course we don't have the imprimatur of the United Nations as a result of this. But I would say anyone looking at the representatives on CCAG would say, my goodness, you've got a good group of people there.
Do you feel, in a sense, that the global efforts that we're making right now, given that the global stocktake was out just a few days ago on what the efforts of nations have been since Paris to achieve their targets, do you think it's insufficient? Do you think it's better than we think? Do you think it's somewhere in between? I mean, how do you assess where we are on this curve
I have to
right
say,
now?
grossly inefficient. We're not even close to it. So the global stocktake, and by the way, there's a report just out in Lancet Global Health, which is incredibly important. It shows that Britain is doing second best in the world in terms of unhooking ourselves from fossil fuels, but we are doing badly, right? So if you look at the global situation in the wealthy nations of the world, we're a few percent along the road of decoupling our economies from the fossil fuel industry. Now that is a real blight, because it means today that we're coming at the whole problem very late. We know what is causing these extreme weather events around the world over the last 4 or 5 years. And the cost of these, quarter to $500 billion in loss and damage per annum. And the loss in lives is enormous. We look at all these events, and it's not just Libya, it's not just Greece, it's around the whole world. Hong Kong, China. What we are seeing is the result of the Arctic Circle region unfreezing. And so what we have is a massive change in weather, because over the Arctic Circle, the Arctic Sea warms up so quickly that even on the permafrost land around, temperatures have been measured during the polar summer plus 30 degrees centigrade. Now imagine what
it is
this
completely
does.
frightening, isn't it?
Yes.
I mean, there are some points of optimistic comment. I mean, the doubling of renewables every, say, 2.5 years globally. It seems that some of the food companies have now got the message that the intensive agriculture is really not on if you want to decarbonize your company, but also your supply chains. Regenerative agriculture seems to be now a compromise between, say, the organic and the big, more intensive people. We seem to be finding somewhere where we can settle that might give us some opportunity. But overall, we're well off the 1.5 degrees centigrade target that we know is the safety line.
So everyone is saying it's 1.1 or 1.2 above by now. Actually, it's 1.32 as we sit here now. Right, so it's rapidly approaching 1.5, and because of the extreme weather we're going to face next year, we're likely to hit 1.5 next year. It'll drop away again, but by 2030 we're at 1.5. I don't think there's any chance that we won't do that. So we need a comprehensive strategy now, deep and rapid emissions reduction. We are now at 40 billion tons plus of carbon dioxide alone. Add in methane, 50 billion tons plus per annum added greenhouse gases. Now we want that down as close to zero as possible. 95% reduction is what we should be targeting. And we then need to remove excess greenhouse gases because we want to switch off all these extreme weather events. And then we also need to buy time, and here's our big challenge. Can we refreeze the Arctic? Can we repair the broken parts of the climate system? And that's what many of us are now working on in universities around the world.
Interesting. Yes, interesting. And where do you see the removals coming? How are we going to remove stuff out of the atmosphere?
Well, I can tell you what project I'm working on, which is working with the oceans. 72% of the world's surface is oceans, and the deep oceans of the world offer a massive opportunity for uptake of carbon dioxide. Already the oceans take up a vast amount of carbon dioxide, and sequestering carbon dioxide in the oceans as solid material that sinks to the bottom. That's the objective. We're imitating the function of the blue whales.
Yes.
Right?
Yes.
The blue whales that really live 300 to 500 meters below sea level, and they feast on krill. Vast populations, billions of krill down there, sail through with open mouths. Of course, they have to come up for air. We all knew that, but we now also know they came up to defecate because their orifices were all jammed shut by the high pressure of the water.
Right.
So they come up. If you film them from below, they disappear in a cloud of feces, which is in the sunlit area of the surface of the ocean. A pod of whales coming up, you may get 2,000 square kilometers covered in whale feces, fertilizing the surface of the ocean, and that area can turn green within a few days.
With the algae?
With phytoplankton.
Yeah, phytoplankton. And then they go down to the bottom, taking the carbon with them, yeah?
They're eaten by fish larvae.
Yes.
And the fish larvae then grow into fish.
Yeah.
Other fish come and eat them,
Yeah.
and in 6 weeks, you might have hundreds of billions of fish in this area that wouldn't have existed without the whales.
Yeah.
So what we're planning to do is to simply imitate what the whales are doing by placing fertile material in the surface of the oceans, particularly those bits of the fertile material that are missing, and so that we can not only regenerate fish in the oceans, regenerate whales as well, leave them then to continue the operation. It may take us 40, 50 years to achieve that. But at the same time, we are going to take up billions of tons of greenhouse gases.
Okay. We're just coming to the end, Sir David. That's very interesting indeed, and we should explore that more on another time that you're on. We don't have time, and maybe that whole topic could be discussed. I mean, it is, so interesting indeed is how we deal with renewables. Quick answer to a quick question. COP28, is it going to be a disaster, a success, or something in between?
I can only say it's got to be a success.
Yeah.
So I'm not going to talk about a disaster. Yes, why is it in the Middle East? Why do we go to an oil-rich country? Let's ignore
one
that.
with 14% renewables as well.
Yes, no, you're quite right. But at the same time, they plan to continue making money by selling oil. So I think the answer to your question has got to be positive, because we've run out of time.
Exactly. And in the end, they are presiding over the COP. That's important. But in the end, the decisions that all the other governments make will be equally important. Yeah. Okay. Super. Thank you very much indeed for your time. It's a great pleasure to see you again.
My pleasure. Good
yeah,
to
absolutely.
See you.
Okay. Thank you very much indeed. Let's look at the camera there. So, it's my great pleasure to introduce Salah Saeed. He's Head of Sustainability at Klarna. Who is Klarna? What is Klarna? What does Klarna do?
Happy to walk you through it. Thanks for having me. So Klarna is a global payments network and a shopping assistant. We're a Swedish-based company, and we help consumers to save time and money, and at the same time help them also shop consciously.
Okay, so you're here in New York, and you're here at this Nest Climate Campus, and you've launched a new campaign today. And tell us about this.
Yeah, we're really excited about this. So we invited a few of our partners to be later on a panel to discuss how tech can be an amplifier for circular economy. And the campaign that we're launching today is all around how can we help consumers understand that if they love their items longer, they will live longer. And in fact, certain items could actually surpass our own lifetime. So it's all about creating awareness around how to extend the life of products, and how to shop maybe more for secondhand, and how to maintain value of products, to not create even more waste. As you probably know, only 9% of the world is circular, and we hope that we can make a contribution by helping consumers to find more sustainable options when they shop with Klarna. That could be pre-owned products, but at the same time, also helping them to resell certain products.
Yeah, that's a really good point, because the longevity of a piece of an item or something like this is so absolutely crucial to its footprint over time. And I have to say that I'm a bit of a fan. There's a repair shop in Berlin. You live in Berlin, I live in Berlin.
Exactly, yes.
And there's a fantastic repair shop in the old Haus der Statistik in Alexanderplatz.
Correct.
Yeah, and so you know that place as well. They've got
I
the
know the
dematerialization clothing place as well there.
Exactly. I think Berlin is a great hub for a lot of companies actually to consider conscious shopping, bring in repair opportunities. At Klarna, as part of today's announcement, we're launching a couple of different features, like an improved CO2 emissions tracker where consumers can track the carbon footprint of the products they purchase, and at the same time also highlight certain brands that we partner up with. So we reach 150 million consumers. We work with 500,000 retail partners. And in this conscious shopping dashboard that we're launching today, consumers can explore brands that act in a more circular way, that provide pre-owned products, that provide repair services, refurbished products, but also take-back schemes. And at the same time also highlight products from brands that act in a more sustainable way when it comes to working conditions, environmental impact, or how they treat animals.
Yeah, okay, this is really important, absolutely critical. Thank you very much for telling us about that. I mean, asked to ask you, what are Klarna's long-term goals for sustainability, and how is this going to work towards achieving your 2040 net zero emissions target?
Yeah.
I think, by the way, this campaign is also part of it, right?
It is also part of it,
okay.
absolutely. We run a bunch of different initiatives. I think it's so important for companies to start in their own operations. What can we do to date in order to decarbonize our own supply chain, our own emissions? Obviously, Klarna as a service company is not a large manufacturing company with a massive supply chain and a lot of emissions, so we're more on the low emitting side of things. However, we believe that if we want to have a massive impact on the world, we need to go beyond our value chain and think about how could we, use our amazing cloud of 150 million consumers and that many merchants to drive sustainable development. And one thing that we've started to do with regards to climate action, besides our decarbonization efforts, is to tax ourselves. So instead of driving climate neutrality and making neutrality claims about ourselves, we've been there. We've been climate neutral in 2019 and thought it's too easy to offset. It's really not ambitious enough. So what can we do to really have a good and effective impact when it comes to that? So we introduced a carbon tax based on the BCG WWF Blueprint for Corporate Climate Practice. And we apply this tax across all our emission scopes. This tax helps us to steer emissions reductions internally. And then the funding that we generate out of the tax, we support carbon removal companies, decarbonization organizations, but also climate advocacy projects. And all of that we call the Climate Transformation Fund. We work with a really cool environmental tech startup in Sweden called Milky Wire that helps us vet and source all those amazing organizations. To date, we supported over 20, and the investment has been above $5 million.
Excellent, excellent. Yeah, so you're walking the talk. I mean, it's nice. The concept of offsets in some ways is very nice, that we want to, say, look after forests in developing countries and pay local people money, but there's still so much of a cloud, and I don't talk about the cloud, there's quite a cloud around these projects as well. So I think what you're doing sounds very interesting. I think we've got time for maybe one more question. Let me ask you on this issue of circularity. So you're right, the world is only 9% circular, and the circular economy as a concept has been around for a very long time, but it seems to be taking wing a bit at the moment, because it seems to be that we've got climate change here, biodiversity loss here, we've got plastic in the oceans here, and blah, 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 and you can go around the whole thing. It seems to me only if you have a circular economy can you actually finally start joining all these things up, rather than seeing them as separate
100%. I don't think we should think about those different issues that we face in silos. You need to have a holistic strategy and approach to circularity. When it comes to Klarna, we sit in a sweet spot of being able to help consumers understand the impact of products and their shopping, and can really be an amplifier on how to make more sustainable shopping actually possible. And at the same time, we can take those insights and go back to our retail partners and tell them, this is what consumers want. We know 8 out of 10 consumers that shop with Klarna, they want to align their values with the brands they shop with. Over 50% of our consumers actively seek to want to understand the carbon footprint related to their purchases. So when we are able to explain to brands that this is what consumers want, and we have the data to it, we can go back to brands and tell them, if you want to be part of our conscious shopping dashboard, of our resale feature, of all the places where we try to highlight more sustainable options and smarter options for consumers, then you got to up your game. And I think circularity is a great place because it aligns with the business opportunity. When you're wasting less, when you're smart about how to use resources, then you're going to operate overall better as a business. So we launched this feature in Sweden that allows consumers to go through their past purchases and understand that there is still a value of something that I bought 2 years ago, and it doesn't have to hang around at home until, and I'm never going to use it again. I can actually go and resell it and be smart for the environment, and at the same time be smart for my own wallet. And that's really the message we want to convey.
Well, I've started actually repairing my socks. When I'm watching soccer, as the Americans call it, but we call football on TV, I actually darn my socks. I haven't bought any socks for 2 years. I'm quite proud of
Really?
that.
Okay.
It's been great to meet you. Thanks a lot. Tschüss, Dankeschön.
Vielen Dank.
Okay. So I'm absolutely delighted to have Marcin Mitchell with me, the Senior Vice President Climate Change at WWF. Marcin, you were here at the Nest campus, Climate Campus, discussing the WWF's Green on Green initiative. Can you tell us a little bit about what this is all about?
Well, thank you so much for having me. And you know, we're coming up to this global stock take for the Conference of the Party, the UN Conference of the Party. And that tells us how are we doing against the Paris Agreement. And as you can suspect, we are not doing so well. And so what we really need to do is we need to phase out of fossil fuels and we need to accelerate renewable energy, right? And so what I call green on green is my way of saying that we need to accelerate green, but we need to also be careful and make sure we're not impacting nature and that we're bringing benefits to people. So green, renewable, but making sure that green nature is taken care of as well.
That's an interesting point. I mean, how would you characterize the risk there versus the opportunity? Can renewables and clean energy have unforeseen problems, if I can put it that way?
Right. There's always, whenever you're putting in infrastructure, whenever you're doing major changes, you're going to have some impacts. But the idea is that we need to make sure we're not making the same mistakes that we made in the fossil fuel era, right, where we just, extracted and used and disposed of it. In renewable energy, we can do this better, we can do it right. We can limit the impacts on nature. We can increase the benefits to the people and the communities that are affected. So that's what we hope to do.
Okay. So beyond the immediate goals of achieving net zero by 2050, how can initiatives like Green on Green actually get us to where we need to go? Yeah.
Well, the most important thing is, right now in the US, we're about 40% renewable energy. But to get by 2030, we need to be 80% renewable energy, and by 2035, 100%. So how do we double between now and the next 7 years? And that's what the Green on Green is about. It's about accelerating that. It's about bringing in communities and community voices to make sure that folks are not just impacted, but they also get the benefits. And there's so many benefits of renewable energy. There's the jobs for construction. There's the health benefits. We can all breathe healthy air.
Yes.
Obviously, it's going to help in terms of all of the climate impacts of wildfires and floods and heat waves. So we need to make sure that people understand that and feel like this is not just something that's going to be expensive that we do, but something that has real benefits, concrete benefits for their community.
Yeah, because the alternative is more the continuation of fossil fuels, which are basically going to cause climate catastrophe on the planet, and then everybody's going to suffer, let alone, as you say, air pollution and all the other things that go with the fuels of the past.
Exactly, and so many people, we don't recognize how many people die from air pollution, and that can be avoided with these new renewable technologies.
So we have some questions here. Let me ask you this one. It sounds like the initiative, Green on Green, involves a lot of collaboration partnerships across different sectors. How does it ensure that marginalized communities have a voice? I mean, how can you actually guarantee that they come in on this story of renewable energy?
Right. So renewable energy deployment is actually a local story, right? It's really at your state or your city or your county level that approves this deployment. And so it really is important that local groups, the community members have a voice on it. I mean, the hard part about once we get to the implementation, it's really boring stuff, right?
Yeah.
We're talking about permitting and spacing and zoning. But we have to start getting good at boring stuff.
Yeah.
Someone told me once that you're really doing something well when you're doing the boring stuff.
Yeah.
So it's reaching out to communities. It's getting them to understand, that this could have some positive impacts for their lives, that have their voices met, and not to do the same old thing that we've done in the past, the areas of least resistance, and putting transmission lines through neighborhoods and solar panels in places that they shouldn't be. So there's great opportunity to engage the community and not only minimize the impact on nature, but you can be nature positive. There's ways that you can mix more nature with solar panels or more nature with wind farms. It really could be a win-win for both nature, people, and the climate.
Yes. Let me ask you one thing that's not on the list of questions, and just to get your thoughts on it. One of the things that absolutely shocked me in the last few months was reading an article in the Financial Times out of the UK and an article in the New York Times about the condition of the electricity grids in the USA, in Europe, and other parts of the world, with some people establishing, say, a wind farm, having to wait up to sort of 9 years to actually get connected to the grid. This seems so absurd when we need to halve emissions by 2030 to stand a 50-50 chance of hitting net zero by 2050.
Yes.
I found this breathtaking
I
information.
know. Well, you're speaking my language. I mean, this is why we started this initiative to accelerate the deployment. In the past, often environmental NGOs have used the permitting process to slow down infrastructure for the fossil fuels industry, slow down pipeline development. But now we have to use different techniques because we know that we want to accelerate renewable energy and we want to do it in a way that is, pro-people and pro-nature.
Sure.
So it's really a different mindset. We need to pull together. We need to talk to our communities, raise their voices. We need to address the NIMBYism, and that for us is called not in my backyard, right? This is a fear of things that are different and changing, and show the benefits. So no longer can we take 8, 10, 12 years to put up a facility, not if we're going to reach our goals. But there's a way to do it, and I think if we work together, we can get there.
Okay, good. Well, best of luck with the initiative. I know that WWF has many fantastic initiatives, and here's another one, and let's hope it works well.
Great. Well, thank you. Thank you for having me.
Thank you very much indeed. Okay. So I'm delighted to have with me Aaron Wiedemann and John Fitzgerald, both co-founders of Renaissance Man. Renaissance Man could be a shopping chain, it could be, I don't know, music, it could be anything, it could be a band, right? But actually it's something really super and gorgeous to drink. And so tell me, what is the company that you represent? What do you do?
We are Renaissance Man. We create sustainable whiskeys. Well, really, we create sustainable barrels. Yes. Many things get aged in oak barrels. Wine, whiskey, scotch, beers. And what we have done is create a way to make our barrels more sustainable than anything that's ever been on the market. And the whiskey tastes phenomenal.
Yes. So how do we work out, how do we feel sure when we hear it's the most sustainable thing on the market? What is it that you're doing that's actually creating that sustainability? What's different?
For the first time ever, we're bringing intention to the barrel aging world. So right now, your standard traditional barrel is a 250-year-old technology, and no innovation has been brought to that field yet. And so what that comes with is when you have a 100-year-old oak tree, which stands about anywhere from 40 to 80 feet tall, they only use the bottom 12 feet to make a traditional barrel, meaning they're wasting a lot of this tree. And so they get 1 to 2 barrels out of a single tree. Whereas with our invention, we get about 99 barrels out of a single oak tree.
Right.
Bringing forefront, a sustainable method of maturing our spirits and our beer.
Okay. So how do you do that? Is it in the design? Is it how you cut the tree? Is it I suppose with a tree it's thicker at the bottom, is it? And it gets thinner as you go up. So you're somehow harvesting the thinner bits as well to make barrels, is that?
Yes. Yeah, essentially, what the old technique had to have perfect pieces of wood, no striations, no knots, anything like that, because the barrels would leak. Our new design does not leak, and it lets us use smaller fragments of that tree. It's still giant staves of oak, but we put the barrel inside of the whiskey rather than the whiskey inside of the barrel.
Okay. Right. But you're also making the whiskey as well?
Yes.
As the barrel. So you have a distillation system, of course, it's Scotch whiskey. Is there a sustainability in that footprint as well, of the actual making? Okay.
Yes, because we use all organic grains. And so that's a sustainable aspect because herbicides and pesticides destroy your soil. Also for the end consumer. Because if you think about whatever you spray on your grains, when it comes down to the actual distillation process, you're distilling whatever has been in that grain and on that grain. So you're essentially distilling down chemicals into your glass at a concentrated rate. So that is also a sustainable aspect to our whiskey. Now, the way I like to say it is like we're a cooperage, so a barrel maker that happens to have a distillery. And the only reason we have the distillery is to show off what our invention can do.
I see. So, how long have you been going, and how is it going as an enterprise?
We incorporated, what, in 2020?
2021.
2021 we incorporated, and we just opened, was it July 5th?
July 5th.
Is when we opened our doors to the public.
Right.
So it's been going really well. It's a really good time. Obviously, we're making whiskey. You can't have a bad time. But the way people respond to, oh, it's a green whiskey. Oh, wow. Tell me how. It's a great conversational piece inside the lounge. But the reception that we've gotten from people out, even in Climate Week is they're just floored.
That's very good. And what do you hope to take this? I mean, do you want to? Is it the barrel that you want to take into the future, rather than necessarily the whiskey?
Yes.
But it's quite nice to accompany the whiskey on the journey. Naturally,
yeah, we enjoy the whiskey the most.
Yeah, right.
But the way these other makers are utilizing their space and their resources is so wasteful that it is more than important for us to get our barrel in front of them and for them to start using it.
Do we know how many barrels are used or made per year in America or the world, or any stats?
So the number one consumer of white oaks in the world are bourbon barrels. And they harvest about 2.7 million trees a year.
Wow.
Just to make bourbon barrels.
Right.
Right. So.
And they only get about a barrel, maybe a barrel and a half per tree.
Yeah.
And whereas if to utilize our invention with those same amount of trees, it's astronomical. So the best way I can put it this way is like, so a rickhouse, right, where we store all of the barrels. So the largest distilleries in America, the bourbon distilleries, are creating a rickhouse about every 6 months. And one rickhouse houses 58,000 barrels. And what that means is after 5 years, they'll produce about 18.8 million bottles of whiskey. Where if they were to utilize the same footprint, a single rickhouse, with our invention, after 5 years, it would be 436 million bottles of whiskey.
Good God.
It's because it's a win-win-win. So the reason we started the distillery is we needed a flagship distillery to utilize our invention to show what it's capable of. And so we decided, let's just do it ourselves, rather than trying to work up. Because bourbon is settled in tradition, and they're really hard to convert over to something different. And so with that being said, we are moving forward with this invention to penetrate the wine industry, the whiskey industry, the rum industry. And that's our main focus.
Okay, interesting. So it's nice to hear the magnitude of the problem, because if you don't know that, you think, oh, they just keep using the same barrel. You don't realize that they actually make new barrels every year. And so it's not like it's you're using barrels from 100 years back or something like that with long lives.
Most barrels only get about 2 uses, actually.
Okay.
So like the bourbon industry would use them, and then, what was it, 70% of those are actually null and void for the next usage.
Okay.
So the winemakers that want to bourbon barrel age their stuff, they only have about 30% of what we actually produce. The rest are just trashed.
Because they will continuously leak.
Right,
No longer
right. Good. We're going to wrap it up there. One last thing, though. Where is your cooperage? Where is your distillery, or where are you operating?
We're located in Port Huron, Michigan.
Okay.
They call it the Thumb Coast.
Yeah.
And it's
Okay.
Yeah, right around here.
Okay.
In the Michigan map.
Okay.
If you haven't seen it, go ahead, check the map.
All right.
It's
I'll look for that then.
Yeah.
Slightly bigger than my thumb, but.
Yeah, we're right on the tip.
Okay, super. Thank you very much for being on We Don't Have Time.
Thank you so much.
Okay, thank you. So I'm very pleased to have with me Mark Byrne, who's co-founder of Good Liquor Works.
Right.
I presume this has something to do with beverages, with the alcoholic kind.
That's right.
Okay, so what made you start a company focused on sustainable alcoholic drinks?
You know, my business partner Tristan and I had both come out of the whiskey world. We both worked in spirits about 12 years ago and whiskey distillery in Brooklyn, and so we knew how to make alcohol. And our familiarity with alcohol up until that point was largely typical to the whiskey industry, where it's like you're going to buy a grain or a grain distillate, and then you're going to barrel age it somehow, and then you're going to present that as a whiskey. There's this other aspect of spirits, though, which is that it's all kind of based around these giant industrialized supply chains. And when you really start to look at those supply chains, there's a very earnest question to be asked about whether they're good. So the more that we learned about the supply chains behind alcohol, the more kind of disgusted we were by them. They all sort of premised on massive factory farmed, industrialized grain farms going into these distilleries that were basically these distilleries that looked like oil refineries that would churn out alcohol and then sell it B2B to different alcohol brands that would then put it into bottles. So it all kind of starts at the same place, and that place is, again, these big industrialized farms.
Right.
At the same time, all around the world, in 60 countries in the coffee belt, there are piles and piles of coffee fruit just rotting in the sun. And here's the thing with alcohol. Anything that has sugar or starch in it can make alcohol.
Yeah.
Alcohol is just yeast eating sugar. So you have these big piles of fruit that are filled with this abundant raw material with which you could make alcohol on one hand, and then you have these giant industrialized farms that require tons of energy and artificial irrigation to run, making the alcohol. And so our decision was simple. We simply looked at that and said, well, rather than making alcohol this bad way, we should make it this good way. We should use the material that already exists.
So how interesting. So this then is whiskey that comes from the waste?
So we make vodka.
Vodka.
Whiskey,
Okay.
by definition, has to be made from a grain. So
Okay.
corn,
Apologies.
wheat,
Yes.
rye, whatever.
So you're making vodka,
We make
and
vodka.
you are making vodka from the waste products of the coffee.
The coffee
industry.
fruit,
The
yes.
coffee fruit.
So every piece of coffee is essentially 20% of it is the actual bean, the seed that we drink, every morning, several times a day for some of us. And then 80% of it is this kind of fleshy fruit. It's about the size of a grape or a cherry. And 80% of that gets thrown away. About 99% of that material around the world gets wasted. It just
Can't
gets
be used as animal feed or anything like that, or it could be, but
not really. No, in almost every circumstance I've seen, and I've visited coffee regions around the globe. The ones that are doing something, quote unquote sustainable with it, they're using it to make compost.
Right.
But those composting regimes rarely actually end up being used as compost by the farmers. So what will happen is the co-ops will dedicate a big piece of land to let the coffee fruit rot in the sun and then drive a tractor through it every day. But then the farmers don't want to drive a truck down, pick up rotting compost and then bring it back up, because they're in many cases already producing their own compost.
Yeah.
Especially on small family farms that are largely already regenerative farms.
Yeah.
So this material just like I said, it just rots in the sun.
Right.
We just think that we should do something with it.
So the main enterprise at the moment for the vodka making is in Costa Rica, correct?
Right. So for the last 8 years, we set up our business producing it in Colombia. And then in the last year have started the sort of phase 2 of this, which is a dedicated distillery in a coffee region in Costa Rica, which is nearing completion.
Right. Any other aspects of the production that is what you would say is sustainable?
Yeah, definitely. We use the salt. So the alcohol is made from the liquids of this coffee fruit, from the pressed liquid. But we actually also use the solids to make biochar, and we can use the gas produced from that biochar production to power our stills.
Right.
So it's actually a fully circular distillation process where the solids make the energy to distill the liquids, and on the back end of that process we can also take the leftover material in the still and return it to the biochar as nutrients in the soil to go back to the same farms that it was grown on. Fully circular system.
Well, it sounds amazing and sounds yeah, I mean, I think this is something that you're doing in a developing country. I think that's very interesting. I know about a vodka maker called Arbaiki in Scotland.
Love them. They're great. Yeah, they use peas and
that's right.
you know.
So I mean, I know them quite well, and now I met you, and you were doing it in Costa Rica. In some ways, different, interesting in that very fact as well. So congratulations.
Thank you. And producers like Arbaiki, I will say, there's a lot of innovation. People are looking at how we've been making alcohol for centuries and saying, why do we do it that way? That's all this is reimagining what raw materials could we make it from?
Yeah.
How could we do this better?
Yeah.
And once you start having those conversations, that's when things get really exciting.
Yeah, super. Thank you very much indeed.
Pleasure. Thank you so
Great,
much.
Mark.
Appreciate it.
I am here as part of the United Nations General Assembly at the Nest Climate Campus. We are broadcasting as part of the Road to COP28 for the We Don't Have Time Climate Week broadcast. We've had some incredible interviews already, and I'm thrilled to have with me in our studio at the Nest, Alexandra Bilgeri, the Vice President of Communications, Human Resources, Production, Purchasing, and Sustainability at BMW. It is such a pleasure to have you here. Thank you for joining me.
Great for having me. Thank you very much.
We have a lot to talk about because I think what you are doing with your company is really revolutionary. So tell us a little bit about your role specifically, and how'd you get here? What brought you to BMW?
What brought me to BMW or here to the Javits Center?
Both.
Okay. So I'm responsible, as you said, for the communications in human resources, purchasing and production. And I always say these is the heart of the company, because they are the people, there is the production, how we build our cars, and of course how we interact with suppliers. And especially for what we are striving for, also climate neutrality in the future, it's very important to take the people with you, to produce in a perfect manner, and also have a leadership role for your suppliers, because we won't be able to get our targets done if we don't get the suppliers on board. And so it's great time to be with BMW at this point of time, because it feels like the rebirth of the company. Like in the 60s, we are doing something special again. We're transforming everything, how we train the people, how we produce, how we purchase, how we sell cars, and how we would become. We don't want to become the best company in the world, we would become the best company for the world.
Sure, I love that. And I know I'm a little biased, I'm not supposed to be, and I'm not supposed to endorse any company, but I do have an affinity towards BMW, mainly because it saved my life when I was driving in Davos. But it really is a company and a brand that is leading the way in terms of transitioning and communicating about the transition to clean energy. So tell us how BMW thinks about this communication aspect of what the company is doing, because there's a fine balance here between greenwashing and overpromising the transition, and then green hushing, not saying enough of what you're doing, and inspiring others in your sector. How do you strike that balance between the two and communicate truly what's happening inside of the company?
I think what's very important that you communicate value-based and authentic. And at the end of the day, it's important from our perspective that sustainability has to happen at your processes, there where you can influence it, how you purchase, how you produce, and then you also can talk about it, because if you do what you promise in your processes, it's not greenwashing anymore.
Right.
For example, we have our largest plant in Europe is Dingolfing, and we changed the processes in the paint shop. And so we could save 6 million liters of water every year, so 2 million gallons water, 15,000 megawatt hours of energy, and it's also better for the people because no fumes and so on.
Sure.
And that's sustainability. And then you also can talk about it because you have done it.
Yes, exactly. So that's the way to communicate. That's the way to get this out to your audiences. It's the way to inspire others in your sector. And it also sends a signal across your value chain. And some of these issues that you're communicating about can be complex, right? We're talking about conservation. We're talking about social responsibility. How do you communicate such complex issues without oversimplifying them? That's a challenge, I think, that a lot of companies are looking to BMW to see how you're addressing it.
Yeah. So what we did, and I think that was a kind of a smart idea, we put up or we built a vision car, the vision car circular.
Okay.
And we said, okay, this is where we are heading. This is what we would like to do in the future. And we also said, and that's part of being honest, we are not able to do it now in a serious process. Right. But it was a vision car, which was 100% built from recycled materials and is 100% recyclable.
Nice.
And so we can take different target groups to that car and say, for example, to the suppliers, and this is what we would like to have in 10 years. What can you contribute? How can we do it? We can also show to analysts and say, this is our vision, where we would like to go. And then what is very important, if you communicate, you also have to communicate the things which don't go well.
Sure.
Because that is authentic. So often in these processes, you go 2 steps forward and 1 step back, but then communicate it, participate the stakeholders.
And that's authentic, and people can see that. And as a behavioral scientist myself, I love that is something that you are naturally including as part of your communications efforts because it works. That's what we know works. And this is going to be a transition for companies, for everybody. So there's going to be missteps along the way, but if we are being honest about the challenges and authentic about where we are and how much further we need to go, you will get the public on board. You will get the policies to support the audiences that you're trying to reach.
And they will accept if something is going wrong because you are open. You tell what is going on.
Exactly. You're a global company. Your product reaches citizens all over the world. And so you're communicating to different types of people with different cultures, different backgrounds. Talk to us a little bit about what challenges you've faced in having to communicate to these different kinds of audiences. How do you tailor your messaging so that it resonates with different recipients?
So it's not only the different people, it's also the different regulations.
Sure.
And so what we are doing in the headquarters in Munich is now that we set up the framework for the sustainability communications and especially for circularity. And these are stories, these are information we provide to the markets, and we have a global sustainability steering committee to say, okay, this is our communication strategy, this is what we would like to do in the field of sustainability. And so everybody has to come back to Munich and say, okay, if I take all this information, can I do this or that in my country? And then it's very important because we are doing business in more than 140 countries, that the colleagues there, if they have the framework, get creative because we have talent out there and they know how to address their stakeholders, their analysts, their employees. And don't forget our employees. They are a multiplier, which is great.
And you need regulation to also support these efforts. And regulations and frameworks for governance vary so much across countries, across borders, across cultures. How do you look to navigate that? That's so complex, and I'm just fascinated because your company's done a good job at this. It really has, in terms of really getting your vision into unique audiences and customer bases, and having it accepted, having it adopted and used. So what have you learned that you can share with those that are struggling in this arena?
I think that you have to go into a dialogue with regulators too. And what's important from our perspective is you can discuss everything with them until the point of time when the regulation is passed. And then you have to stick to it. And but in the process before, also regulators, also governments are very happy to get into the discussion. And what I think is very important, that regulators give you the target, but not the way to the target. Because if you already define how you have to get there, human creativity is not used the best way.
Right. They need to stay in their role.
Yeah.
Let the creatives do their job.
Yeah.
Let the innovators do their job. Let's bring technology to
Yeah.
new markets. And let's get excited about transitioning to a future that is a little bit cleaner, a little bit more fair, a little bit more just.
Not only a little bit, because
A lot more bit.
what I don't like is that we always have this doom and gloom scenarios. Hey, humans are so thoughtful, so creative. I'm pretty sure they will find a solution also for the climate change. But you have to give them the room. It's about cooperation. It's about bringing startups together, bringing initiatives together, regulators, universities, big companies. Then we will be able to tackle the challenges.
Sounds like radical collaboration to me.
Yep.
And that's going to be something that we look forward to watching BMW continue to do and continue to lead the way to showcase what can happen when you share good ideas, collaborate with others in the space, and bring into reality a future that is clean and green. So thank you very much, Alexander.
Thank you very much for having me.
Appreciate
Thanks.
your time. I'm here at the United Nations General Assembly. It's also Climate Week New York, and we are at the Nest Climate Campus hosting our Climate Week broadcast, The Road to COP28. We've had incredible interviewees come in through our studio here today, and I'm so thrilled to have with us the president of Marchand Eyewear, Thomas Burkhardt, who is wearing a pair of very stylish glasses. I was just learning. It's a style and an option.
Comes with the
from
job,
Marchand.
yes.
Comes with the job. But we're talking about more than just fashion and style. We are talking about the future of sustainability for this sector. So you're an eyewear company.
Yep.
And you have been president now for a year. And you're celebrating, it's been 40 years for
40
Marchand.
years, yes.
So talk to us a little bit about, and without this being too obvious of a pun, your vision,
The vision
for the future
Yes.
of Marchand.
How much time do we have? No. Fantastic. Very happy to be able to lead this company. 40 years is a fantastic history. There are many aspects of the company that got us to these 40 years, but one thing I'm most excited about is we've been a pioneer of how to make and produce and distribute frames for so many years. Sustainability has become such a hot topic and central topic, and really this is one of the it's going to be one of the levers I think that will take us well into the next decade and beyond.
And you're already doing incredible work in terms of sustainability. You're already 25% of your frames have been sustainably made. You're hoping to double that to 50%. So that's ambitious. And you're seeing companies within your sector, across so many different sectors and within fashion and beyond, make these types of commitments. So how do you hope to achieve these goals that you're setting, and how can that lead others in your space to follow suit?
Actually, I have a very simple philosophy that usually is let's do first and then talk about it. So the 50% I know we can do, and that was we only went out with that when we really knew we had a roadmap to this. We started fairly early on, about 5 years ago, really focusing on the materials. Eyewear looks a very simple product, but the materials need to be of extreme quality. It's something you wear on your face for sometimes 18 hours. And it needs to be extremely precise. The reason I'm talking materials is because this was where we knew we could make the biggest impact. We're lucky to be working with some incredible partners that are very innovative. Just to give you one example, we launched in 2022, we launched Material Acetate Renew. We were the first partner to bring this to market on the Ferragamo brand. It's an acetate that looks like this, 40% recycled materials, 60% bio-based materials, and it takes half the carbon footprint to make this frame. There's a whole host of other materials that have similar proprietaries, being not fossil fuel-based, i.e. bio-based, be recycled. This year, we're probably going to be exceeding around about 30-35%, so I'm sleeping very well about the 50% goal.
Okay, that's exciting. That's really exciting. And that's really inspiring for others that are in your space too. And Marchand, it looks like, is really trying to lead by example, and so hopefully others will get behind what you're doing and do it themselves.
Yes, and obviously, there are a lot of companies already following suit, which we're very happy about. But we're also very happy about the partners that we're working with. So most of our brands are licensed. We work with world-class companies like Nike, Lacoste, Calvin Klein, Longchamp, Ferragamo, and we're trying as much as possible to integrate in their sustainability efforts. For instance, Nike is taking big leaps forwards, and launching product in conjunction with their efforts has provided to be not only towards the trade, but also towards consumer having the most impact.
And so you're innovating on behalf of these brands as well.
Yeah.
So like you said, Nike, Lacoste, Calvin Klein, what are you doing to offer more sustainable solutions to your partner brands?
The goal is, as we said, 50% by 2025. The goal is really to make every frame as sustainable as possible. We're continuously launching new materials. For instance, we just launched a frame that is 91% made out of recycled stainless steel with Joseph Aboud. And then we're exploring and really going into everything that goes around the frame materials. So all our packaging material is now either recycled or biodegradable. All our insta material is certified recyclable and made from or made from recycled materials. There's so many aspects in our industry that we can make greener and better, and we're committed to be doing that.
And as you produce these, it makes it the norm. And this is what brands will be going for.
It makes it the norm. And one other principle that I want to mention is we also gave ourselves the mission to ensure that the consumer doesn't have to pay more for it. So it really comes at the right price, because
the best point.
we know we don't want to give them, we don't want them to having to make that choice. Right. So that was the condition. But no, we know we can do it. As I said, the 25% ramp up worked pretty well. The 50% is well inside. And the last thing I want to mention is the nicest thing about all of this, besides doing right for the environment, besides doing the right thing, is I've never seen a company initiative in my 25-year career that creates more excitement with our employees than the sustainability piece.
So you're excited for the future? We think the industry is going to not just meet the goals that have been set, but far exceed them?
Absolutely.
Awesome. Well, thank you for your leadership and contributing to that transition to clean energy.
Thank you very much.
Sustainable future.
Thanks for having me.
Thank you.
Bye.
I am here at the United Nations General Assembly, and it's Climate Week New York City, and we have some exclusive interviews with climate champions across the spectrum, from actors to influencers to climate scientists, and I'm so excited to have with me actor, producer, UNDP Goodwill Ambassador, Nikolai Coster-Waldau. Welcome, Nikolai.
Thank you. Thanks for having me.
So thank you so much for joining me here. You have some really cool projects that are underway that have taken you all over the world, and it's the Optimist Guide to the Planet that we're going to be talking about. Yep. This is a show that's launching that audiences can look forward to seeing. Yep. So we need to learn a little bit more about this. Tell us a little bit, and then we're going to show a little teaser.
Yes, well, it's, I've been working with the UNDP since 2016, and I've been traveling with them, and I've been very lucky to go around the world and meet people who are passionate about making a positive impact in our world. And I always went away from those trips just full of inspiration and energy and hope. And then sometimes when you follow the news coverage of these topics, to me at least, it becomes very doom and gloom. It's like just last year, 2 years ago, there was this survey that 50% of 18 to 25-year-olds in our part of the world don't believe in the future. A lot of people won't have kids because they say, well, what's the point? There's no hope.
Might be guilty of that.
And I think I don't believe in that. We are too smart. We are too amazing. I think human beings are just incredible. And I think that sometimes we forget to include the fact that the solutions to these massive challenges we face, and let's face it, they are massive. On every parameter, we need to do better and course correct. So I had this idea of doing a show like that, and then a company called Cream reached out. There was a documentary that was amazing called Anthropocene. They said, "Can we do something with that?" And I said, "Yes, but it has to be about people." And then we're lucky Bloomberg partnered with us, and then we started traveling the world. And this little tease is just a little tease. The show comes February next year, but this is a teaser that I'm very excited about.
Okay, amazing. Let's check out this teaser trailer.
You believe in tomorrow, right?
I do believe in tomorrow. Future is in our hands,
put the seed first before you water it.
I'm a father to 2 beautiful daughters.
Yes. Give me 5. That's it.
Disengaged Park.
Oh, roll over.
I'm also a husband, a son, an actor,
Jamie Lannister on the room by.
a friend, an avid table tennis player. I'm a human being. Whatever we imagined, we created. We believed the resources of nature were endless. We were wrong.
We are going, generics been closed off for the past 12 years. When there's a disaster, the seeds of hope will always be found amongst those who are most affected.
Climate change and loss of biodiversity are threatening our future, and we now understand the need to course correct. But how?
I want to show something. That Maasai community, nature coexist.
And now they're gonna refit this coal power plant into hydrogen energy. I mean, that's a ballsy move.
Over the years, I've traveled the world with the UNDP as a goodwill ambassador, and I met incredible, inspiring people.
Maybe your impact should be bigger, not your salary.
Can we just please copy that and send it out to all the CEOs?
This show is about solutions and the people behind them.
Incredible. Creating man-made clouds seems insane, but this is the definition of thinking outside the box. It's amazing. The little worm can actually dissolve plastic.
In my architecture, I harmonize the people with the nature.
It's about why I believe we have every reason to hope for a better tomorrow.
Growing coral on demand is really restoring the reef.
It's a magical moment, huh?
Aviation doesn't have an answer for sustainability, and so we set out to prove that it could be done.
My name is Nikolai Coster-Waldau, and this is an optimist's guide to the planet.
Nailed it.
Great.
I myself, I always try to be very optimistic. There's hope.
What about my game? Is there hope?
No, I'm joking. No, there's so.
How cool was that?
That was cool. That was very cool.
Yes.
You have been busy. You've been to almost 20 places. It looks like you met some incredible people.
Yeah.
Tell us a little bit about what stood out to you this year.
Well, listen, I think everything exceeded my expectations. And I think sometimes it's for me anyway, it's very healthy to get a little perspective. Sometimes we can all find ourselves, especially I think in our part of the world, in these little echo chambers where we confirm each other's beliefs and how the world is. I didn't meet anyone wherever we went that didn't have a real belief in a better tomorrow, that didn't believe that we could solve these issues. And I saw incredible solutions, and some of them were, the highest of the high tech, innovative, where you go, just blew my mind. Like there was a place where they found a way to mimic what plants do. So they break down CO2 at source. And that, of course, has huge possibilities. Another one, you saw a little clip in the teaser from Kenya with the Masai Mara saying, listen, hang on a second. Sometimes look back, look over your shoulder, see what we used to do. That actually worked really well. And it's all about what they call nasholai, which is balance between, man and nature. We have to find balance.
Sure.
And just the reason I want to make this about people is because I think a classic cliche, you say, if you want to love someone, you have to love yourself first.
Yes.
We want to save nature. We have to remember, we have to love each other.
Yeah.
We are so dependent on each other. Like humans need humans, and we're not that different. That's what I love about this. You can connect to anyone, everywhere in the world. You don't have to start talking about what separates you. Let's just look at what unites
Brings us together.
Yeah.
You exude optimism and positivity. You really do. And some would say that traveling the world might actually move that in the opposite direction, but you are proof that that's not the case at all. You're ever more optimistic and even more positive about people and what people are going to be able to do.
Well, I think we live in a time where there's, I also think it's important that we don't constantly put the whole future of the planet on the individual shoulders. We're very good at pointing fingers, at the shame game, at a show like this. We travel the world by plane, And it's easy, oh my God, you want to save the environment, you go by plane, you know, obviously we offset all the carbon, but this is not an individual cost, this is a united thing. And we have the solutions to solve these problems, but we have to do it together. And we have to also understand that to really make this transition, which it's happening, not fast enough, it has to be federal level. It has to be the governments that come together. It has to be our decision makers because as soon as they make those difficult choices, I guarantee you everybody will follow suit. We're all going to be like, yes, let's go.
Individual to multilateral. We're here at the United Nations General Assembly. That's the whole point, is bringing in heads of state to see if we can progress some of these policies that we know need to get into place, to see some of these technologies actually make it to commercial viability. Tell us about some of the technology you saw and what support do they need to actually be out there?
Well, one that is obvious, well, there was a lot. There was everything from, like, you saw a little thing, a worm that dissolves plastic.
That was really cool.
I mean, you go, well, so many solutions already exist in nature. Let's just listen to that. But then, you know, you're also excited about a country like Germany, which is this industrial powerhouse that they use the whole north of Germany. They have dedicated that to go hydrogen, to really say, listen, we're going to make this transition and invest the money that's needed. Because also we have to remember, we all want the same thing. I don't think there's any human living who's like, no, I want a worse climate. I want everything. No, everybody agrees on that. But obviously we have different paths and we have different resources. I mean, we in the wealthiest countries have a bigger responsibility financially. That goes without saying. But I mean, there were so many. I went to Greenland, which is kind of my second home. My wife's from Greenland, my family's Greenlandic. And I met this incredible scientist who discovered, like, because in many ways, Greenland is seen as kind of the canary in the coal mine, if you will. Because we see the icebergs melting, the glaciers receding, the ice cap melting, sorry. But he was like saying, actually, every year, 1 billion tons of what they call silt is washed out. And this silt is the finest of the fine material. That's basically rock that has been grinded. It has so many qualities. It can work as fertilizer, and it's just there. It's been coming out for 10,000 years. You can just dig it up. And so we did this test where he took it to Ghana, I think, and he put it on the soil, and the response was just amazing. It was 50% more yield.
Wow.
And of course and on top of that, when it is exposed to heat, it absorbs CO2. So it's kind of a nature's own little thing. Listen, this is on the ground. Just take it. Use it for good.
Nature-based solutions. I can't wait to watch that episode.
And then there was like when we talk about recycling, went to Japan. I'd never been to Japan before, and it was just so inspiring. There's a place called the Zero Waste Village where they literally recycle everything.
That's awesome.
And of course, we can't all do that, but it's inspiring. Yeah. And it's also inspiring to see once you put once it's accessible for people, we do it. I think it's that simple.
I mean, that's the thing. Sharing these solutions can get people excited for the part that they can play in this. Yeah. And there's so many solutions at our fingertips. We have technology now. What we need is to be able to communicate this in a way that really reaches audiences, motivates people to change behaviors. You're doing that. So why is it so important to bring your voice, you as in the role of UNDP Goodwill Ambassador, to this conversation, to further these solutions, to reach wider audiences?
Well, I think for me, first of all, I really like human beings. That's also why I'm an actor. I find we are so interesting and we're so amazing. And if you look at what we have done, in our history, it's mind-blowing. And I also think it's very important sometimes because now we meet here and we look at all the problems we face, and they are gigantic. Sometimes it's also good to go, hang on a second, we've actually come a long way. It's not, yes, it's 2 steps forward, 1 step back, and we're not all moving at the same pace, but the world is a better place on so many parameters than it was 20 years ago, 30 years ago, 40 years ago. When it comes to gender equality, when it comes to healthcare, the list goes on. Climate change is a massive task, massive challenge, but I believe we can we can face it, we can solve it. And I think for me, yes, I'm an optimist, I'm hopeful, but it's based on what I see and what I experience. And I want to tell that story because also I think it's fun. I met a person there, we were talking about a scientist, again, very funny guy, and he was talking about, listen, we also have to remember it's okay to have fun.
Right.
It's actually, we're very, very lucky to be alive. Yeah. I mean, it's okay to enjoy, to smile, to laugh. Because if it's all this doom and gloom, then people just shut up. Or if you always use fear as your way of communicating, I don't see that that's a way to keep people in place.
Right.
For status quo to remain. If you want people to act, you need to give them motivation and hope that it matters.
Look at that, you have a behavioral science being applied to this show as well. That's incredible. You as an actor love people, I as a behavioral scientist love people. I'm fascinated by human behavior. And we're just, humans are so ingenious. There is so much progress that's happened to overcome some of the major challenges we've faced since we've been on this planet. There's no reason why we won't be able to overcome this challenge, this complex interconnected challenge, but something that is surmountable. So,
and by the way, and one thing that sometimes you go, let's just remember common sense.
Right.
And let's not forget the past. I mean, there are some of these things that we now, like if you look at plastic is amazing. It's an amazing invention. It's like it's done so much good.
Yeah.
Yeah, we got carried away.
A good way to put it.
We got carried away. It's just now we use it for everything. And you're going to go like, wait, let's just use common sense.
Right.
This is ridiculous.
Right.
We don't have to have plastic everywhere.
Right.
Like, let's just rein it back. And we have a way to do that. We have solutions and we're going to have to do it. It's challenging. It takes a lot, but we can do it. And the same with fossil fuel. Fossil fuel, when it came out, it brought a lot of people out of extreme poverty. It did a lot of good. We got carried away.
Right.
There are side effects to this thing, but we have alternatives. And we have, and remember I met this gentleman at a coal power plant in Germany that they've decommissioned, and now it's going to go and become a hydrogen power plant. And he said he'd been in that business his whole career. And he said 20 years ago, he was just a nice guy. And I was like, 20 years ago, we talked about wind power. And I was like, yeah, it's nice, but it's never going to work. It's never going to. And now today, it is more than 50% of the energy used in Germany. It works. You just, we can't, it's not going to happen like this.
Right.
But when we look back, when I'm sitting in my wheelchair, I'm very old, I'm convinced that we will look back and see, oh, this time in our lives, actually, that was a moment of transition. That's where we course corrected.
Yes, we accelerated working together. We accelerated our solutions, and you're capturing so much of that and the progress that's been made and what else still needs to be done. So you had fun along the way too.
Oh, yes.
Seems like you laughed at yourself quite a bit in this.
Yes.
Table tennis champion, potentially.
Listen, I am,
or future.
In my own words, a coming champion. It's going to take a minute. No, but think about the reason I did that, and it's because I like to play table tennis.
Yeah.
And I've competed the last 2 years in the Greenlandic Table Tennis Championships, and our story ends with me participating. Didn't quite do as well as I hoped. But the point of it is not just for me to have fun.
Pretty legitimate, though.
But the thing is, sports, having fun, playing together instantly breaks down barriers. So wherever I went, I tried to find someone. I went on Facebook. I just looked for people to want to play table tennis. So I found whoever was ready to play, and I met them, and we played. We had fun, and then I talked to them and heard, what's your story? And I'm doing this, and I asked, and also, by the way, we don't need to explain climate change anymore. We have to stop being, just because a couple of nut jobs go, oh, it's a hoax.
Yeah.
People understand it.
Yeah.
It's not, everybody understands we have a crisis and we need to act on it. That's, we have to just get past that. But again, once you can play together, once you can have fun together, and you have to put a smile on your face, or break bread, for example, suddenly it's a human being.
Yep.
And that's the biggest, and it's just important that we recognize that we're not that different. And we can sit, we all know the old truth. If you sit in front of a screen and write someone or get upset about something, you will say things there you would never say face to face. And that's, once you're face to face, you go, I can see your eyes.
that shared value, that trust is established, right?
Exactly.
Ultimately, we're human. We have more in common than not. And if we remember that and lead with that, and clearly that is your show, and that's what the show is going to really share with the world, to get excited, to get inspired, and to find that common ground.
And you know, we're editing now, but it's also important for me, and I think that it's a fun show.
Yeah.
It's entertaining because, you know, you're gonna learn something, you're gonna have fun. It's a journey around the world, and I'm very proud of it.
You should be very proud of it. It looks incredible. Did anyone let you win at table tennis?
No one let me win. But the first person I beat was an 8-year-old. I didn't let him win. Are you crazy?
I think that's the way to do it.
I agree. I agree, 100%.
We are so excited for the show to come out, for us to push it out for you as well, and to really inspire people all over. One last thing before you go. This started in Greenland and ended in Greenland. You actually, I don't know if you know this, you inspired me to go to Greenland.
Oh, good.
I thought it was incredible, the experience I had from Ilulissat to see the Iqui Glacier ice calving.
Yeah.
And that's not something everyone's going to be able to experience, right? I know how lucky and privileged I was. And similarly for you, you're bringing a lot of these experiences to audiences around the world that won't be able to see it with their own 2 eyes.
Sure.
Why is that important? What is it about the visuals that draws people in, that then potentially changes how they view the world?
For example, I was in Kenya, and I met this incredible group, and they were collecting 10 million flip-flops every year from the beaches. And the amount of and of course the reason this plastic footwear is everywhere is because it's the cheapest, right?
Yeah.
So what do you do with it? It's very difficult to recycle, so they turn it into art. The most beautiful art, these sculptures that are just incredible. It's just inspiring, you know, and they all have stories to tell. And that's the thing. This is really what the core is about. You find solutions that some of them you can use directly in your own lives, others will inspire you. But most importantly, you realize, hang on a sec, what they're struggling with is what I'm struggling with.
Yeah.
We're in this together. And we have to, you know, there's just so much division in this world that is faith. I just don't believe it. If you think about in your lifetime, of all the people you've met, thousands and thousands of people, the true assholes, they stand out. No, they stand out.
Yeah,
and you could probably count them on one hand.
Yeah.
Right?
Very true. Very true. Yeah.
So let's focus on that instead of going, oh my God, I bet those people over there are really bad and evil. No, they're not. Everybody's just insecure. We all are. No, but that's true.
Everyone's trying their best, right?
Trying their best.
Okay, one more question.
Okay.
So who inspires you? You've met so many incredible people. Who was the motivator for you to really do this? Or many. There must be many.
There's so many. I think that I'm inspired all the time. You meet someone and they say something and you go, oh wow, that, you know. Yesterday, by the way, we're here at the SDGs, the halfway point.
Yep.
And we're not quite there. There was something called a halftime show where we kind of, you know, took stock. But during that coming together, there was a performance. There was a guy who played a bit of music. And that thing that art can do, that can touch you in a way that you can't explain with words. But I know that everybody in that room, and in that room, people came from all over the world, everyone was so affected. That inspires me, and that gives me hope, because if you tell a story from the heart, you will reach everyone. You have the potential in you.
Authenticity, also proven by behavioral science.
There you go.
I have to be a nerd at some point, come on. Balancing this out a little bit. No, we're so excited. When can the audiences tune in and watch, and where?
Bloomberg all over the world. Crave in Canada, they're also partnering. And then from February, I won't say a specific date because I can't remember it right, which I of course should, but we will make sure that people know where to find it when we get closer.
And you'll be watching something that is positive, and that's important because there is a lot of doom and gloom out there. So thank you for taking this angle, and it's an authentic angle for you to take, because this really is who you are. You have been a pleasure to interview as always, Nikolai. Thank you for everything you do.
Thank you for your work.
I'm here at the United Nations General Assembly. It's also Climate Week New York, and we're at the Nest Climate Campus, having incredible interviews with leaders and climate champions across the spectrum, ranging from fashion to transportation to food and agriculture. With me is a fashion climate champion. We have Amina Razvi. She is the Chief Executive Officer of the Sustainable Apparel Coalition. Amina, it is such a pleasure to have you with me today. Thank you for joining.
Thank you so much for having me. It's really exciting to have this conversation.
Yes, and it's really needed, right? Because as I mentioned, we have partnerships and conversations around what's happening in heavy industries and aviation and food, but we're not talking enough about fashion. And Fashion Week just ended in New York City.
Yeah.
And so we really need to pay attention to how that sector can transition. And you're really leading the charge in this. You're all about collaboration. You're about creating large-scale change in the apparel industry. And so collaborating with major players like Walmart, Patagonia, that is core to SAC's mission. Talk to us a little bit about why collaboration is so key.
Sure, absolutely. Well, for us, when you think about the fashion sector, I mean, fashion contributes anywhere from 2 to 8% of global emissions, right? Which is, to your point, staggering. And it means that we not only have a huge responsibility, but we have a huge opportunity to drive change. The history of the Sustainable Apparel Coalition is really interesting. And you picked up on, this partnership between Walmart and Patagonia, which were two very unlikely partners who got together about 13 years ago. And they actually brought the industry together from a pre-competitive standpoint. And at the time, it was because they felt like the industry wasn't actually making enough progress, right? Companies had their own proprietary assessments, they had their own tools, their own programs, but they were working in silos and they weren't actually addressing some of the real issues. So they brought the industry together and they said, we need to collaborate on actually assessing social and environmental impact from an apples to apples perspective.
Sure.
And over the past decade, we've actually been working across the industry with brands, retailers, manufacturers, NGOs, and academics to develop the Higg Index, which is a suite of tools that measures social and environmental impact end to end. So it looks at the materials that are in a product to how those products are actually made to brand and retail management practices. So for us, collaboration is inherent. It's inherent in our DNA in terms of who we are and how we started. And we believe it's ultimately necessary to drive progress, not only in this industry, but also across other sectors as well. Our sector contributes to carbon and emissions, but so does every other sector.
Sure.
And therefore, we believe that collaboration is essential and it's critical to drive change.
Oh, absolutely. And that's why organizations like yours are so important, to be able to bring actors together within the sector, across sectors, everything you just said. And this is very much aligned to what you're hoping to achieve through SAC. What is it that drives the mission today? What do you hope to accomplish through all of your efforts going into COP28 in Dubai, going into all of the various benchmarks that we've placed on ourselves? What is the role of SAC in this?
Absolutely. I mean, for us, we believe it's to drive collective action at scale, right? So over the past decade, we have brought the industry together. We comprise almost 50% of the industry across 36 different countries. We've got almost 280 members spanning every part of the value chain. And we've spent the past decade working on building these tools together. But now, today, we just launched our new revised strategic plan, and our plan focuses on how we evolve to drive impact. And ultimately, it's taking this incredible foundation that we've built around these tools and leveraging the data and the insights to drive collective action. So it is not enough for a company to be measuring and benchmarking or setting their own goals and driving improvement. That's necessary, but it's only part of what we believe is critical. And so for us, it's about how do we take all of this data and this information that we've been collecting and use it to drive collective action. So we just recently did a project where we were looking at some of the data and identifying hotspots. And we found that looking at almost 1,500 facilities, that comprised about 78% of the emissions. Wow. And so if you can actually take a look at and identify hotspots through the data, you can use that data and those insights to actually inform collective action between brands and retailers and manufacturers to drive decarbonization efforts. So our role really is to look at kind of three pillars in our strategy. One is decent work. So how are we looking at social labor practices and ensuring a just transition? It's around nature positive. So how are we looking at circular product design?
and it's around decarbonization. How are we ensuring that companies are not only setting and achieving science-based targets, but that we're ultimately working towards decarbonization efforts together as an industry?
All of this is music to my ears. It's very much aligned to what we're hoping to achieve through the Global Commons Alliance that really brings together all of these different component parts. For example, the Science-Based Targets Network and Earth HQ, so that we can actually communicate in a way that is consistent and reaches audiences around the world. And fashion is what really connects people everywhere, right? It's something that, if we're introducing people to the climate and the impacts of climate change, fashion is a way to draw them in. And most companies get this now. But what would you say? Is that the case, or are you still finding you're bringing on some actors, some players to join in on this effort? Where are we in terms of actually bringing companies on board?
I think, it's interesting because I've been reflecting on SAC's own kind of progress over the past decade, right? And I mentioned that when we first got started, the industry felt like we weren't doing enough. And fast forward a decade later, and we're at a tipping point, and inaction on climate is at this point unacceptable. And so companies do need to be doing more. They need to be working, I think, faster, and they need to be collaborating with others across the value chain, because this is absolutely a shared endeavor. So I'm incredibly proud of the work that we've done over the past decade, but I also recognize that it's not enough, and we are as an industry not moving fast enough, right? So what we try to do is we try to bring everybody on this journey with us, and we try to empower them and support them with not only the tools to understand their impact, but the support and the community in terms of our convening that will help them actually achieve these targets, whether they're science-based targets, circular design targets, or looking at social labor issues. So for us, my call to action is that companies need to start measuring their impacts, because you can't manage what you don't measure.
Right.
And therefore, that's something that everyone in this space, I think, talks about a lot, but it's so true, and that's the first basic step. And then I think companies really need to be working together, not just with brands and retailers, but with their manufacturers, because most of the carbon, most of the emissions are in the supply chain, right? So this is absolutely something that has to be done hand in hand.
Well, SAC is so critically placed in the middle of all of this, and with leadership like yours, I see that transition from fashion to a future that is clean and green happening that much more accelerated. So thank you for your contribution to all of this, and please keep up the good work.
Thank you so much.
Good. So I'm absolutely delighted to have with me Arif Qureshi, who is the Chief Growth Officer with a company called Legends. Is that right, or Legends?
It's Legions.
Okay, I'm
perfect.
looking.
You almost
the spelling
had it.
is. I almost had it French, didn't
yes,
it?
exactly.
So you're dedicated to working on the built environment in terms of, I suppose, the ultimate goal, helping to decarbonize the emissions that come from the built environment, which is a massive challenge. We know that the emissions from buildings stubbornly don't go down, 40-odd% contribution to the greenhouse gas story and the energy story as well. What exactly are you trying to do to actually bend the curve on this and get some sustainability into the built environment?
Absolutely. I think that one of the things a lot of our customers do not have a detailed roadmap on how to get to net zero. Right? Okay. So our process really involves getting involved with them to develop the comprehensive program around sustainability. And one of the challenges most people feel is that, do you have the dollars to actually execute on these projects? And I think the world is looking at this a little bit differently as it did in the past. Initially, it was just a cost issue. They looked at it, this is going to cost me a lot of dollars to do. Now they're looking at it as an investment, because there's a massive impact that happens. That's a very positive impact if they follow through on their sustainability goals. One of this, it's amazing, some of this directly involved in terms of reducing your energy costs, but the other piece of this is if you look at certain organizations, it impacts their brand, impacts their value. So you really have to look at the fact that the market is changing, the customer demands are changing, and if you're not following on the sustainability path, you're actually going to fall behind. So now we're able to not only help them develop that entire roadmap, but help them really justify, not only to the facility people, but really to the boardroom in terms of what really needs to be done to reduce the emissions in their buildings, because it makes good business sense.
Are you operating in the United States specifically, your US operation, anything overseas, or is it US?
So by far majority of the work is in North America.
Right.
We do have some customers that are based in North America but take up to Europe, take us even to India to help them develop those advisory programs. But we haven't fully focused on executing those jobs or projects outside of North America.
So basically, it's an advisory service that you provide to building owners, building managers, but you also have engineers as well. So you can deploy people to help them do it.
Absolutely. You know, one of the biggest problem is to have the technical expertise to come up with innovative solutions. And what we've really built is that expertise with 1,000 energy engineers that are totally focused on the built environment to continue to create and not only fix the existing facilities, but even when we're developing new facilities to perform high performance facilities. We have almost 10 million square feet of net zero facilities that we have designed and executed on. And without that breadth of knowledge and the depth of knowledge, we could have never done that. We need those engineers.
So they basically, people talk about green jobs from this transition to a decarbonized world as being one of the positive things that comes along with the efforts to fight climate change. And so you've got loads of people doing green jobs, you're doing a green job, so you're living proof that these green jobs can be created by these kinds of actions that are positive for the climate.
Absolutely, not just around energy efficiency, but renewable. We do a lot of renewable projects on site. So for in terms of geothermal, in terms of solar, right? So you need those type of green jobs. Not only, I call it, we have the brains and the brawn for green jobs, right? We even have the craftspeople, the mechanics, the electricians, the welders that actually physically do the projects with almost 5,000 people deployed in North America.
Right. Where does this all go? I mean, it's clearly, if we don't decarbonize buildings, we are, fighting the climate crisis with one hand behind our backs. Does digitalization come into this as well as being part of what you do?
Absolutely. So one of the things that's happened, right, a lot of buildings were set up in pneumatic systems that were really old and didn't work correctly. So what we call direct digital controls. And then the other key thing we're seeing is AI. AI is playing a big role in terms of not only fixing the buildings, but ensuring that they're running at the optimal level, right? That is the intelligence you need on an ongoing basis. We kind of call it like continuous commissioning, so that you're continuously tweaking the systems to make sure that they're running at the optimal level.
It strikes me if we didn't have digitalization and emerging AI, I don't think we would ever be solving this climate crisis, because you also need green energy, don't you? And that needs to come from intermittent sources, the grid, the whole way this has to be managed. I think that is a key factor.
It's a game changer, and it's a step change that we're going to see. And I think that's the other thing when you look at the issue around greenhouse gases is we really need to have a step change. We can't think about doing things in small amounts.
No, it has to be exponential change.
It has to be exponential change, absolutely.
Good. Well, a great pleasure to meet you. I hope you enjoy yourself here at the Nest Climate Campus. And
I appreciate your time.
Yeah, everything you do in your work. Great.
Thank you. Thanks a lot. Yep.
Bye. Okay, I'm delighted to have with me Rupert Pierce. He's co-founder of Rewired Earth. You're joining us here in New York. I think you're normally based in London. Fantastic.
That's correct,
And could you give the viewers a sense of what is Rewired Earth and why it's special?
So Rewired Earth is a not-for-profit coalition revealing the true value of sustainability. So actually, how do we turn the financial markets into the most protective force on the planet, when right now I think it's quite clear that they're one of the most destructive forces.
And how long have you had this in the planning?
So we started working on it in 2019, and we've been officially going for a couple of years now. And really, how do we actually start to enable the market to understand demand? So everyone's focused on regulation, reporting, which is crucial and which is a part of the Rewired solution, which we'll go into. But actually, the thing that's going to accelerate this is when businesses understand the reason to change. The business case has changed. So what do your investors, what do your consumers, your customers, your employees, what do they actually care about? And how do you meet that demand? Because then you're going to realize value from your business. So you'll get access to
cheaper custom, better talent, and your share price will start going up because you're doing the things that your shareholders, your stakeholders really care about.
So do you, I'm now trying to think, you know, if I was hearing what you were saying and I was out there in the audience viewing, do you actually go to the customers of the company? Do you go to the suppliers of that company? How do you find that information that can feed back to the company?
So this is all about creating a platform with our partners that will give a voice to millions of people all over the world. So next year we'll be running the largest sustainability study ever conducted. So reaching 268 million people across Africa. So actually, you and I, when we go into a shop, or we put money into our pension, or we make an investment, or we choose our employer, we don't know how sustainable that business is right now. We don't have any idea from a sustainability impact perspective. There's obviously more reporting coming in, but actually, how do we start to have a vote, all of us? So how do we work with We Don't Have Time and lots of other partners all around the world to actually start directly asking people, what are your priorities in terms of the UN SDGs? Where do you want businesses and governments to focus their attention to meet your needs? And ultimately, the whole point of Rewired Earth and our platform is how do we meet that demand with actual impact based on real data? So when we start saying, from a sustainability perspective, we all talk about impact, but what are the metrics we can actually aggregate through the supply chain, bottom up rather than top down, so we get rid of the need for scope 3, and it's actually the aggregation of scope 1 and scope 2 through the supply chain. And then we've got decision grade data, decision grade information that we can match using the same UN SDG label to what people care about. So you and I will say, we care about no poverty, or zero hunger, or climate action, clean water and sanitation. These are the things that I really care about within my community. And these are the businesses that are actually having a positive impact. So doing more than just the baseline. They're going above and beyond to meet my needs. And once we've got that working, that's how the market operates. So those companies will be rewarded because they're meeting the needs of those customers with those investors. And so to give you a real world example, we've rolled this out to a very large corporate across the UK to all of their employees. What do you imagine the number one priority in terms of the UN SDGs? What do you think the priority was for those staff?
Climate change?
No poverty.
Right.
So we went back to the board, and we also do, in terms of the sentiment analysis, we do not just what your priorities are, but what's your perception of the organisation against those priorities. So massively different in terms of how the board thought they were doing from a no poverty perspective and how new starters within the organisation were doing. And that data becomes richer and richer over time. But we went to the board and we said, your people really care about no poverty. What are you going to do about it? And they said, well, we can commit to some CSR and some charitable initiatives, but actually no poverty is not part of our business really. So what are we going to do to impact it? Well, I said, do you pay all of your staff the living wage? They said, yeah, we do actually, and they're a forward-thinking business and they're already doing that. And then we said, well, what about your supply chain? What about your third parties? Are all of those third parties, from a procurement perspective, are they paying the living wage? They said no. Well, we've got no idea.
Right.
So over the next 12 months, they're going to be ensuring all of their third parties throughout their supply chain are also paying the living wage.
Right.
And that's a real concrete example of how data from a demand perspective, in terms of what your employees care about, can drive better decision making, because this organisation spends huge amounts, thousands of pounds, potentially millions of pounds every year on recruiting the very best talent across the UK. They need to ensure they're meeting the needs of those employees coming into the organisation.
Yeah, very interesting. And that's one aspect of it. It's the company, it's their employees, but then, as you say, the supply chain as well. I mean, this is potentially quite a big undertaking that you're involved in, but quite exciting.
It's enormous in terms of the potential opportunity here to quite simply meet demand with actual impact. So you log on to the app, you can see these are the things I care about in terms of the UN SDGs. These are how companies, from a rating perspective, are actually doing against my priorities. And then you can start to get recommendations. So these are the businesses, these are the organisations, these are the projects in your local community. And actually, it is a big undertaking, but it's very simple.
Well,
everyone should be able to be given a voice on sustainability.
It's about transparency as well, isn't it? And it's about, as you say, people being able to understand what these companies, for example, are up to. And you can't get that from the material you get right now. I mean, you have to be some kind of boffin to actually chisel out or tease out what exactly they're up to. So that really it would be a major contribution if people really understood what they were up to, yeah.
And let's start really simply. When we talk about GHG right now and carbon emissions, we're talking about 300 to 600 data points. How are SMEs, how are small and medium-sized enterprises lower down in the supply chain, how are they going to report 300 to 600 data points? And we're focused on carbon, but what about water? What about waste? What about no poverty? All of these things are interconnected, which is why the UN SDGs are so powerful, but right now they're failing. So how do we shine a light and democratise the UN SDGs?
And just say, Rupert, before we close, because I know we're running out of time here, but it is, say, many partners involved in Rewired Earth. Are there some that you can name publicly that are actually in this coalition, you might say?
Yeah, absolutely. So working closely with the likes of PwC and Kantar and Microsoft, who've been incredible supporters, working very closely with yourselves at We Don't Have Time and Project Everyone. So it's how do we think about the organisations that are going to be measuring and improving the measurement and the accounting of these so that we do get trustworthy and assurable data? And how do we amplify that voice? Because when we talk about the SDGs, they're failing partly because of a comms problem and a communication problem. We need to spend a lot more time engaging, enabling, educating individuals around the Sustainable Development Goals, what they mean and the impact they can actually have. And we're not going to do this on our own. Rewired Earth is set up very specifically as a not-for-profit to create that market infrastructure, to enable that data to flow. Right now it's not flowing. But as soon as it does, we shouldn't exist. There should be other organisations, whether it's taken over by the UN or the right organisations to take this on. This is about enabling decision-grade information to flow so that you and I can make better decisions and CEOs and boardrooms can start being rewarded for taking sustainable action. There's actually a benefit, there's a reason to invest in sustainability.
Good. Thank you very much. Look forward to hopefully seeing you at COP28 in Dubai and taking this forward. And yeah, there is a need for this, and I hope the world recognises it. Yeah. Good.
Thank you very much.
Thank you.